Hey everyone, welcome to Ethical Hacking Malware Threats course. This course is the 7th course in our series on ethical hacking. This certification prep course will help you to prepare for the CEH 312-50 exam. In this course, we're going to cover the skills measured in the system hacking phase and attack techniques objective in the exam guide. This objective is found in the system hacking section of the exam guide, and it'll account for about 17% of the total questions in the exam. System hacking phase and attack techniques is one of 9 objectives in this functional group, with these skills being measured here. My name is Dale Meredith. I'm a cybersecurity trainer, consultant, and author at Wayne Technologies. Yes, Wayne Technologies. I've been a certified ethical hacker and instructor for EC Council since 2007 and a Microsoft trainer since all the way back in 1998. I've also had additional 10 plus years in senior IT management experience and worked as a CTO for a popular ISP provider. Now, to download the exercise files, you'll want to navigate to the exercise file tab here at Pluralsight and click on the download button. In the exercise files, you're going to find a helpful study guide that I put together for you that you can use to follow along during your certification prep course for CEH 312-50 exam. This study guide, as I mentioned before, is going to help you with some key concepts, and I've even included some practice questions to give you an idea of the content you'll be tested on. I'm happy to join you in your certification prep journey with the Ethical Hacking Malware Threats course here at Pluralsight. Is it me, or does anybody else notice that threats and treats are only one letter off? Hi, my name is Dale Meredith. Welcome to Ethical Hacking Malware Threats. I guess treats could be used depending on which side of malware you're actually on, but I digress. See, I've already started off with some really bad jokes here, haven't I? So this particular course is the 7th course in our series on ethical hacking, in helping you prepare for the EC Council 312-50 exam. Now, in order to make sure that you're prepared to watch this course, I want to make sure that you've gone back and you've watched all the other courses in this series, because I'm basing some of the phrasing and concepts that I'm going to be throwing at you off the fact that you are familiar with enumeration or different scanning techniques or reconnaissance or system hacking techniques. But what we're going to focus in here is basically the hard truth behind malware. Now, I'm going to warn you folks up front, this is probably one of the biggest threats that we have from a security perspective for both our networks in our professional capacity, as well as our own private networks and devices. And the hardest struggle that IT folks have to deal with is the concept, as I've mentioned in previous courses. And even end users have to deal with this too. We just don't realize it. We have gotten so complacent and so much in the mindset that if a network works or a device works, that's cool. We don't really care how it works. Nathaniel Braden, who's a motivational speaker, and he does a lot of self-help books, as well as public speaking, he says the first step towards change is awareness, and the second step is acceptance. This kind of reminds me of a movie. It's one of my favorite movies. It's called The Untouchables with Sean Connery and Kevin Costner. If you haven't seen it, go watch it. You can call this a class assignment if you'd like. In it, Kevin Costner plays Elliot Ness, one of the Untouchables, and Sean Connery plays a street cop who is very much aware of the environment of Chicago. And Sean Connery's character tells Kevin Costner's character, as he's telling him he's going to go after Al Capone, he reveals to him all the stuff that's going on, and he says, "What are you willing to do about it?" Again, are we going to be complacent, or are we going to start thinking a little bit differently here? Now, this is actually one of my favorite courses to teach. In fact, I wish it's a course that everyone could watch. And no, I'm not telling you to go upload this to YouTube. In my career, I often do a lot of free public events that are designed around the community. And in them, I try to teach parents that they can't have a blind eye to technology that's being used, especially by our children, and even the devices that we use as adults. There's so many times that I hear, I love this particular device. Okay, I'm going to be honest. I hear this all the time about one particular product line, Apple. They always say that it just works, and that's why they like it, but they don't understand why it works or how it works, and that's where we have the problem. So what is malware? Well, let me break out my rap music and break it down for you. To make it easy, malware is simply a piece of software or a computer program that's used to perform malicious attacks or actions on a target. Technically, doesn't the name of it tell you what it's going to do? Yeah, we take malicious plus software and we get, malware. As far as the attacker is concerned, our overall goal is to infect any device. And there's malware out there not just for computers and laptops, but for phones, for tablets, for IoT devices, for industrial control devices. The mobile industry is huge in malware right now. Once installed, the attacker can potentially gain total control over your devices, or at least over the data on your devices. Now, many people have a misconception that malware is only a Windows issue. But technically, attackers really don't care. They're going to affect any computing device, including, again, our tablets, smartphones, our thermostats, whatever we can get our hands on. So a person or a company or a device is a target. Hello? Hello? I mean you. The more computers and devices that an attacker can infect, the more money they can actually make. In fact, they really don't care who they infect as long as they infect as many devices and people as possible. It's a numbers game. And guess what? It comes in various forms. The more computers and devices an attacker can infect, the more money they make. In fact, they really don't care who they infect as long as they infect as many devices and people as possible. Because let's face it, it's a numbers game. And guess what? It comes in various forms. And when I say various forms, I mean a ton of different forms. For example, we have viruses, we have worms, we have Trojans, which, again, we'll talk about all of these coming up. I just want to give you an overview of really how many different types or variations of malware that there are out there. You can see it's kind of scary how many that there are. Now, these could actually go through do anything from deleting files to slowing down computers to even stealing data. Now, some of the goals of malware includes the ability to steal data right off your systems, gathering customer lists, accounting data. Maybe we can harvest usernames and passwords, not just yours, but anyone who's been on that machine. Now, it's usually at this point I hear somebody say, Dale, I'm broke. I really don't care if they steal my data. They can have my bank account. Well, guess what? I might not be after you financially. Yeah, I could just be after your resources, using your resources to go after bigger targets that could make me money. Malware programmers are actually creating these type of software issues for us to do things like attack browsers and gather websites that have been visited, degrade system performance. This is normally done in like a denial of service attack, right? Usually caused by a piece of malware or could be an external attack. We also have the issue of them causing hardware failures because of performance issues, erasing valuable data, attacking other systems from the compromised system. We call that pivoting. And even spamming inboxes with advertisements. Not just spamming you individually or your company, but I could use some of your resources to send out spam to thousands, hundreds of thousands of people. Now, the people who create, deploy, and actually benefit from malware can range from a whole scope of individuals who are just trying to hack their own internal networks to organized crime. Folks, this is big money, as well as, yep, guess what? Even government organizations. And in fact, this is such a big business here, or I'm going to use air quotes around business, that people are creating sophisticated malware products that are often dedicated to just that purpose. Believe it or not, software as a service. And this actually ends up snowballing, because if I can get one piece of malware installed on you, I can use additional pieces of malware as well. And again, this is so profitable here, folks, that it actually becomes a full-time job for individuals. And you may be thinking, well, how do they make money off of this? Well, first of all, once they've developed and deployed their malware, they will often sell all the machines that they've infected to other attackers or other malicious organizations. And those individuals can go through and start to install more pieces of malware. And again, this is where the snowballing effect comes into play. And we end up eventually having your machine being a member of a botnet. Now, this botnet is basically a mishmash of systems out there that are totally controlled by the attacker. And the botnet can be remotely controlled, which cyber criminals then go through and use for their own purposes. Or again, they might sell it to somebody else. So again, the reason why we see such a big influx right now in malware. Oh, wow. I didn't even talk about ransomware, talk about financially beneficial, but we'll get into that a little bit later on. So again, the reason why we see such a big influx right now of malware is because, well, it is so stinking profitable. And quite frankly, it's going to be a pain in our backside. Let's make sure that you have a really good understanding of how to speak Trojan. So folks that may actually create malware, as well as attackers that are out there, they're going to create malware using components that can actually help them achieve the goal that they have in mind. And they can use malware to steal, again, information, delete files, change system settings, things we've talked about already. Ooh, forgot to talk about encrypting it though. So the basic components of malware that you may want to make a note of for your immediate future, wink, wink, hint, hint, nudge, nudge. We first have what they refer to as a cryptor. The cryptor is basically a reference to a software program that can conceal the existence of malware. Attackers and hackers are going to use this software to elude antivirus from detecting it. It also protects the malware from undergoing what we refer to as reverse engineering analysis. There's also a downloader. The type of Trojans that download the other types of malware or malicious code, or even the files off the internet that we want to inject, would be considered a downloader. Now, usually attackers install downloaders when they first gain access to the system. We then have something called a dropper. This is just basically if an attacker needs to install malware or some type of code on the system to make it run. A dropper will do this for them covertly. We'll actually talk about that here in just a few minutes, but a dropper can contain unidentifiable malware code that again goes undetected by antivirus scanners. And it's capable of downloading, again, additional files as needed to execute the malware on the target system. We then have exploits. Now, part of the malware that contains the code or the sequence of commands that it takes to take advantage of your device, and that's what an exploit is. It's the code that attackers use to breach the system's security. Now, based off the top vulnerabilities that an attacker might use, the exploits might have different categories, including local exploits as well as remote exploits. We also have what they refer to as injector. This program injects the exploit or the code from the malware into the system. And it's a way of basically hiding or preventing the malware from being removed. And it just basically reloads it over and over. We also have obfuscators. These are programs that the attacker uses to conceal the malware or the malicious code. And they do this with different types of techniques. It makes it a lot harder for security programs like antivirus, anti-malware programs, and security professionals to find it and remove it. And let's see, there's also, the packer. This software compresses the malware file and converts its code to an unreadable format so that your software or your antivirus software can't detect it. You can see we got a lot of stuff here going on as far as keeping antivirus products from finding us, right? We also have the payload. Yep, the payload is actually the file that is activated. The payload could be used again for deleting your files, infecting systems, encrypting it. It's basically the big bad boy. And finally, we have the malicious code. This is a piece of code that's, malicious. It defines the basic functionality of malware and comprises of the commands that result in the security breach itself. And it can take the forms of things like ActiveX controls, publish content, Java apps, browser plugins, and the list goes on. Now, did you make a note of all those for your immediate future? Okay, let's move on. Hey, Dale, how does malware actually get in? That's actually a great question. I know, I sound like Kermit the Frog, don't I? Unintentional. We've already talked about how a standard user usually brings in a majority of it, but malware itself can actually be broken down into two different types, either propagation or concealment. Now, when it comes to propagation, some examples of those would include things like a virus, which does require user assistance, meaning I have to execute a file in order to infect the system with the virus. We also see worms. Now, worms are typically automatic, meaning that there are no interactions required. Sidebar, you're going to want to know these differences in your immediate future. Now, they typically, as far as propagation is concerned, don't need human interaction. That's why they're called worms. They just squirm throughout all your network infrastructure, infecting all the targets they come in contact with. Another type of malware that we see is referred to as concealment malware. And we've talked about some of these in the past, ones that are actually designed to hide themselves. We talked about rootkits back in our system hacking course. But basically, the concept behind rootkits is that it's designed to hide itself by modifying the operating system so it's not visible to an end user. Another type is called a Trojan. And a Trojan is simply a code that's been hidden inside of a file that you want to get, or I should say the user wants to get. And we'll actually get more in depth in Trojans coming up within this course. Now, when it comes to malware, we have several different ways that we can deploy. Let's take a look at each one of these. We'll first start off with the insider attack. An insider attack is a security breach that's caused or implemented by somebody who's a part of the organization. It could actually be an employee, a contractor, or a vendor, or, believe it or not, IT professional, including developers. Because us IT folks are invincible and we don't do, it happens. Now, the reason why I include developers is because developers have this tendency, or again, it could be anybody in the IT department that will create what we refer to as backdoors. A backdoor, which we also refer to sometimes as a trapdoor, is simply a hidden feature or possibly a command that allows a user to actually implement a command. So the application would run just as it normally would run until we actually do something that executes the backdoor, until we activate the backdoor. Kind of like an Easter egg. Have you ever seen an Easter egg on a, piece of software, sometimes even on DVDs? Like Android, it's actually been doing Easter eggs for some time. You can go in and look at the settings for your Android device. You go down and rapidly tap on the version of Android, and based off its type, if it's cupcake, then we see a cupcake show up. If it's jelly bean, we see a bunch of jelly beans show up. If it's version 11, we get a dial like a clock. I don't know where they came up with that one. Now, again, Easter eggs are typically not destructive. It's just showing you that I'm here inside the settings and it's a hidden feature thing that if you activate it, I'll do something to make you laugh. It's typically done by the developers. Now, we also have something called a logic bomb. A logic bomb is based off of the fact that this piece of malware is going to go through and activate itself based off of what we refer to as a logical condition. Let me give you an example. Have any of you seen a movie called Superman 2 with Richard Pryor? Okay, that's your next homework assignment. Okay, no, not really. I'm not going to torture you. It's really a bad show. But in the movie, Richard Pryor decides to go and learn about computers, and he becomes this big computer expert. And he figures out a way that with all the money that's being transferred between banks he's working for, that he could just round up the cents, the fractions between different transactions. And he would take the difference between those transactions, round them up, and move those differences over to his own account. He ends up having hundreds of thousands of dollars. And back in the 1980s, when this movie came out, it was a lot of money. So again, this was a logic bomb that was going off because whenever a transaction took place, it executed. Now, many times we see these type of logic bombs based off time and date. A great example of this is the famous Omega bomb. No, I'm not talking about some superhero bomb. Omega Man! This case actually took place back in 1996, and it took place with a company called Omega Engineering. This was the first federal computer sabotage case that happened. Now, what actually happened here is there's a gentleman by the name of Timothy Lloyd, who was a network manager and administrator for Omega Engineering. And he started to get written up for some performance issues. And so he started to look for another job, but he was still a little upset. So what he decided to do was create a logic bomb. He went through first and created a user account that was called 12345, and it had no password and had full admin rights. Now, Omega Engineering had a policy that all employees had to save their data and their work on the centralized server. And their policy said that they could not make their own backups. So he developed a logic bomb on his own workstation and then moved it to the server when he realized that he was probably going to be fired. Now, he also went and requested a backup tape from HR of all the data, and it was the most recent backup. He then went through and used his logic bomb that he wrote to basically say that if his account did not log in after 20 days, it would then execute the following command. It was simply to switch over to the network drive, which was the F drive, with the username of 12345 with no password, change into the directory of public, and then run a program called fix.exe. Now, fix.exe was his program. It was actually Deltree from the old DOS days, which allowed an administrator to delete files. And as it deleted, it first would ask you, are you sure you want to delete? And then on the screen, it would say deleting. Well, he went through and changed it. So instead of deleting, it said fixing. And yeah, he said to delete everything with the /Y option for yes, meaning it didn't prompt a user for any response. And then he did a wildcard, which means to delete everything. And then finally, he issued a purge command, which basically made it so the files were unrecoverable from the backup. And to cover his tracks, he also erased the backup tapes. Omega Engineering did business with the United States Navy and NASA. So, yeah, the Secret Service got involved on this one, folks. And when they raided his home, they actually found the same logic bomb on his computer where he'd been playing around with it, as well as they discovered the tapes that had been erased. Now, financially, Omega spent nearly $2 million trying to repair programs and lost nearly $10 million in sales, which also resulted in about 80 people being laid off. Mr. Lloyd was convicted of computer sabotage and was sentenced to 41 months in federal prison. Finally, the good guys win one, huh? Well, there was still some destruction, but at least he was caught. Now, there are several different methods for a piece of malware to get into your environment. One of them is what we refer to as untrusted sources for software. And again, I want you to think not just our desktop platforms. So I want you to think about mobile devices here as well. But when you go and search for a piece of software on your PC or your Mac, let's say, for example, a compression utility. I'm going to use WinZip as an example. Are you actually going to winzip.com, or are you just doing a Google search and clicking on the first link? Well, that first link may not actually be the vendor itself. So you install that piece of software. And of course, whenever end users see pop-ups along the way, they just hit yes, yes, yes. They never hit no. Why? Because they want the software. And then Bob's your uncle. The attacker's getting in. Another way we get through is via installation. There are many times that I go to install a program, and again, based off what I just told you, when we select install, we hit next, next, next. A lot of times we get the option of express install or custom install. I always select custom install. I never do express or basic because I'm watching. I never hit click, 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 click. I always take my time because many times the application or vendor is, again, generating additional revenue by installing toolbars or additional software, which can lead to other malware infecting you. It also gets in through propagation. Once you get one, I guarantee you're going to start getting more and more pieces of malware. That's why typically when we see a system that's been infected, it doesn't have one infection. It's got several. Another way is by not updating or running any type of, I actually call it anti-ware, but it's actually anti-malware and antivirus solutions. Antiviruses these type of programs can't necessarily get all the malware because sometimes the malware attacks the antivirus solution. But again, in my experience, whenever I see a system that has a problem, I'm referencing my nephews and nieces. When they say, hey, Uncle Dale, I'm having a problem with my system, they've got malware. It's normally they didn't want to pay the, I don't know, $30, $40 for antivirus software updates or renewals. So yeah, not updating stuff or not running antivirus and malware can be a huge detriment. Some other ways that malware can get in. Yeah, this is really popular right here. Instant messenger apps. You know, like Facebook Messenger, WhatsApp Messenger, LinkedIn Messenger, all the messaging apps, including things like Google Hangouts or ICQ. Come on, everybody fess up here. How many times have you gotten a message from somebody saying, hey, click here? Hopefully you haven't. Or if you have, you've learned a lesson. Removable devices and portable media is another way. We actually talked about this earlier in reconnaissance, doing a USB drop where somebody finds a USB drive and they plug it in because they want to know what's on it. Outdated browsers often have a lot of vulnerabilities. In fact, when was the last time you updated your browser? Do you know how? It's really easy. You typically go to your hamburger menu, about that particular browser, and it updates automatically for you. And when you see an update, from example, for Chrome, it's all the Chromium browsers like Edge and Brave. But the same applies for Safari and almost any other browser. The same scenario occurs while checking emails with older email programs that don't know how to securely handle links and images. If you're not updating your application software as often as you should be, which in some cases I've seen some real nightmares out there. Attackers are going to actually use this type of an exploit to inject software and malware into your systems. So make sure you're patching. I think I've talked to you enough already about decoy applications, right? Where we see this happen quite a bit on torrent sites or torrents where, you know, you may be thinking that you're downloading the latest version of Microsoft Office, or personally, even some of these sites that claim to be download sites, you know, the websites that have all the freeware on them just in a centralized location. I'm kind of leery about those. Some of them are industry branded and known, and I'm okay with that. But there are some that I'm like, Billy Bob's downloads. Again, do you trust them? And we see a lot of malware entering through what they refer to as downloading files. I know that seems really simple, but what we're talking about here is when users download internet-driven applications like music players, movies, games, greeting cards, screensavers. They think that they're getting legitimate software, but they're getting it from a malicious site. Or even documents that have macros in them, like a Word document. Maybe it's a Word document on how to cure COVID, and I'm just waiting for you to open it up. And this includes PDF files, by the way, folks. And as we mentioned in our ethical hacking, system hacking course, we talked about that I can embed them inside of audio and video files. So yeah, go ahead and pirate that latest Marvel movie or Michael Jackson or pop artist CD, audio CD, and see what happens. And as we talked about propagation, I've already mentioned to you that, again, once we get one piece of software that's malicious, it will typically go through and reconnect to the malware operator's site and just using standard browsing protocols, start downloading additional software onto your machine without your knowledge. There's also email attachments. Again, folks, I know this is really basic, but we don't open what we're not expecting. File sharing. This is another one for you, especially in the Windows world. If I can open up Network Neighborhood or my network places or whatever it is on whatever version that you're running, and I can drill into systems and see their resources, their drives, an attacker could actually start, sharing malware with you. They can also use denial of service attacks to shut down systems, force a reboot, so that the Trojan can restart itself right away. And yeah, we can't forget the old wireless stuff, right? Connecting to open networks where we have hardware and software devices that are designed to capture network traffic, including things like usernames and passwords as people authenticate. Yes, you can see there's a plethora. That's my favorite word. I'm going to tell you why coming up. Now, as far as some common techniques to distribute malware, we have things like black hat SEO, search engine optimization. This goes back to the aspect of when you do a Google search or a DuckDuckGo search and you type in WinZip, is the first entry that you're about to click on the actual vendor, right? Talked about that earlier. We also have social engineered clickjacking, where the attacker is going to inject malware into websites that appear legitimate to trick users onto clicking them. And when you click it, the malware that's embedded in the link executes, and Bob's my uncle, I'm back in. We also have spear phishing sites, mimicking legitimate institutions like Citibank. So you log in or verify your credit card account information, and it's really not Citibank, it's my site. Then we have malvertising. Yeah, that's a new one for you, right? This is where we have embedded malware-laden advertisements so that every site that runs our ad is my channel for distributing my malware. This has been pretty big in the past because some of them have gotten past some of these advertisement agencies, and we've seen these type of malicious malvertisings on legitimate sites. MSN was hit at one point. Most of the news agencies were also hit because they were all pulling from the same advertising agency, which somebody had uploaded a bad ad. We also have compromised websites. Yeah, if the website's not locked down, an attacker can get into it. He's going to do quite a bit of hacking so that he can implement some malware. When a user hits the site, you actually install the malware. So yeah. And then we have drive-by downloads. This is where the attacker exploits different types of flaws in a browser to install malware simply by visiting a website. Scary deal. I know. One more for you. Spam emails. Yeah, I know. Good old reliable, right? The reason why we still see it is because guess what, folks? It works. If it didn't, they wouldn't be using it. Normally, this type of malware injection is done because the victim clicks on an attachment or a link because they want to collect their millions of dollars since they're a relative of the King of Africa or Nigeria. Okay, Dale, I believe. Give me a sign. Okay, I'll give you a sign. In fact, go look at your processes running on a system that you suspect has an issue. One, does it have an icon associated to it, or is there just a process running? Look at the description. Does the application itself or the process running live inside the Windows directory or a user profile directory? Guess what? Those directories are accessed by any user on that device. Are there any bizarre strings in the URLs? Especially if someone sends you a link. Okay, folks, trust me on this one. Be careful about the latest trend where people are creating shortcut links to websites. You know, bit.ly. You know what? I'll show you what I mean here in just a second, but also look for any open TCP/IP endpoints where your machine is just listing on a port that you can't explain. You know what? I'm a big fan of visual. I have to see it to get it, but that's the way I learn. And I'm going to make sure I cover it because I know there's other people that learn the same way. So let's jump into a demo. Okay, so in this demo, I'm going to take you in and take a look at the Task Manager, as well as something called Process Explorer, which if you're not using this bad boy, you should be. Okay, so here I am on, this is my own personal machine. So you can see, ooh, don't hack me. You know what I got opened. But you can see that Task Manager, at least if you haven't seen it in a while, it's come a long ways. In fact, several years ago, Microsoft actually obtained sysinternals, and they took some of the tools that they had available, which I'll show you here in just a second, with Process Explorer, and they incorporated it inside of Task Manager, which it's a good thing. Now, as an example here, I can go through and I can see that I'm running several different tools here or applications. I got my Camtasia up and running. I'm going to switch over here to my Details tab. And this is where the power of Task Manager or Process Explorer comes into play. The first thing that I always like to do, or I try to teach people to do, is to sort by PID. Because anything over 2000 is typically something that's been loaded after the user is logged in. Or I should say, it's not a part of the operating system itself. In fact, if I scroll down here a bit, to some of these earlier PIDs, you'll notice that some of them have icons and others don't. Well, the ones that don't have icons are normally just operating system-based applications and programs that are running. But I'm going to scroll back on up here so we can play around a bit. And you'll notice here that I've got something called Logitune. This is actually for my Logitech camera. But the cool thing about this one is I can right-click on it. Let's say that I don't know what this is. Because first of all, I'm going to look at, I talked about the description column, right? Does it look legit? Is there anything? Matter of fact, I've seen some where there was nothing. And that was a file that kind of was suspicious to me. But in this case here, you can see it's called Logitune. Some cases you can see who the vendor is. But I'm going to go ahead and just, again, pretend like I don't know what the heck this is for. I'm going to right-click on it. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the file location. And in this case here, the file location looks like it's inside of Program Files, Logitech, Logitune. Oh, hey, and there it is right there at the bottom. That might give me a hint of what that particular program is for. Let's do this. Let's take a look at something like, let's just look at the SVC host, and let's look at its file location. It should be, yep, inside of the System32 directory. I'm going to go ahead and close that one down. The other thing I can do is, if I'm not sure what it is I can right-click on it and select, I'd like to go to the properties for that particular program, and this gives me some additional information, including things like the details. Details on most malicious programs won't be filled out like this is filled out, like copyright information. I don't know, maybe I'm giving attackers some key notes here to make their product better. But you can see the version name, when it was last modified, And I can even come over here to the digital signatures and see that it was signed. The driver itself or the program itself was signed by Logitech using SHA-1 back, let's see when this was, December 5th of 20-something. I'm going to go ahead and hit OK here. And I'm also going to come into the startup section to see what programs are designed to start up. And again, if I suspect something, or in this case here, if I don't want something like Teams running every time that I launch my system, I can disable or re-enable. And again, I get really suspicious anytime I see something without an icon. This actually has an icon. It's just white. You can't see it, or maybe you can. Kind of faded there. And I happen to know what VMware is for. Again, I can right click on it, go to the file location area, or the properties. Now, something else I want to show you too, they actually got this from the next tool that I'm going to show you here in just a second. And that is, again, if you don't know what something is, let's take, for example, the Game Bar FT server. Obviously, the description tells me it's related to Xbox, but let's go ahead and pretend like we don't know what this is for. I can right click on it and select to search online. And this is going to open up a web browser that takes me, that basically does a, yeah, I know, go figure, Microsoft to Bing search. But you can change this over to a Google search if you want. But it shows me very quickly what it's actually for. So I can click on this. Belongs to the Xbox Game Bar. Shows you where it's supposed to be located. Great, great little option here. This is a website called FileNet, but there are other ones available too that you can look for. Okay, let me show you the other tool. So this is Process Explorer. It's part of the sysinternal suite. And you can see that it's picking up kind of the same thing, but the information I get here is a little bit more in depth. Instead of, for example, just the svchost.exe, it breaks down which applications are using that. This is the tool I mentioned back in Ethical Hacking, System Hacking, where I told the story of Mark Burnett and I discovering a full FTP server running on a client's box. We discovered it because we saw a service running inside of Process Explorer that was called SVC hosts, plural, not singular. And we were able to go through and look at the properties. And you can see the properties here a little bit more in detail than what we get with regular Task Manager. From here, it gives you the direct location of where it's launching from. If there's an auto start location, what's cool, you know what, let me close this one down because I don't want to do it with that particular option. Let's come in here and select Brave, and I'm going to go ahead and select properties again. And what's cool is I can go through and say, hey, I'd like to use virus total. It submitted the hash, and it came back and showed me that according to virustotal.com, there are no viruses out of 72 different search engines, which I really enjoy, knowing that that particular file is free of any problems. You can come into the Performance tab, see the performance. You can see it in a graph if you'd like. There's also a GPU graph if it's using any GPU services. You can see the threads, but you have to download and install the Microsoft debugging tools for Windows to see that. And here you can see the threads that are running. We can also come into TCP, IP. If it was accessing any external or remote IP addresses, they would appear here. Here's my security, who has access. You can see it's very, very, very detailed information that can actually help you determine if anything in here running is a piece of malware. So you can see I don't have any threats. Sorry, I must be getting hungry. So why is malware so popular? Let's take a look at the numbers behind it. Now, a recent attack breaches by SolarWinds, Colonial Pipeline, let's see who else, LinkedIn, Facebook, Zoom, Twitter, Marriott Hotels, and more. Just an example of how destructive malware can be to an organization's reputation and their stability. Now, there's an organization that's called Ponemon Institute, which conducts research so that they can see how much money people are spending, or should I say companies are spending on protecting themselves. And let me tell you, I might be in the wrong business after seeing some of these numbers. First, on average, the number of malware alerts that a company receives is about 20,000 per week. And you may be thinking, wow, that's a lot, Dale. Here's the scary part is that only about 4% are investigated. And that's typically because of the fact that of all the false positives and becoming complacent is concerned. The other issue is that the average cost for ransomware breach is about $4.62 million. That's the average for a full-on breach by ransomware. Now, as far as payments are concerned, the average payment is about $150,000, which is actually down from $200,000 about a year ago. But it's not all good news, because the bad side of it is that attackers are actually switching up, and including businesses of all different sizes now are being attacked. Mon-pa stores, all the way up to obviously the Inc. 500 companies. Now, we also have the fact that 71% of the companies have been hit. Yeah, they've actually been hit. And 61% say that it's disrupted their business flow. So, yeah, it can cost us quite a bit. 60% say that they're understaffed to handle the investigation of malware. That kind of goes back to that whole 4% issue, right? Now, on average, we are seeing anywhere from 300 million pieces of malware, and we're actually starting to see a trend of about 44% increase year over year of that. But of the malware that's coming out, our biggest concern out there right now is mobile, because it is a key target, and it will continue to be so until the next technology comes out that makes it convenient for us to access information, or becomes such a part of our lives that is so integrated. Yeah, wait till cybernetic implants become an issue. And here's the other issue with malware, is that we're actually discovering that some companies, software companies that is, are knowingly putting malware in their products, or what we would classify as malware. Have you downloaded an application on your tablet, your phone? And when you do so, typically it has the permissions that you want to give that particular application. I like to install a game, and I want them to have access to my contacts. Are you kidding me? Now, I could go on and on about mobile, but we have a dedicated course in this series just for mobile. Yeah, but Dale, that's okay. We use a lot of virtual machines, so we think our systems are pretty... Yeah, guess what? 28% of malware products are VMware-ware. Now, the numbers keep getting worse, at least in my book. As far as the study is concerned, it shows that administrators that they interview report that 75% of malware gets installed by end users. 71% have protection in place, but 39% actually audit those protection devices and software programs each year. Guess what? Only 39% and less said that they audited those programs. Well, guess what? That's where I slap my hand against my forehead. Are you kidding me? And on top of that, at the end user level, it's actually worse. End users, at least according to them, their biggest fear is that 60% say that they're afraid of losing their data. We hear about identities being stolen all the time. Many times they're just given up by the user. They're just being socially engineered to either install in a piece of malware, or they just give the information up because the malware makes them think that they're updating their antivirus. 51% are afraid of online fraud. I would have thought that was a little bit higher, but there may be a lot of people that are too old to worry about that internet stuff. But regardless, this is a shocker for me. Are you ready? 43% don't install security updates. Yeah. I don't even know how many times I go to family members, even in business environments, and I'm like, how come you haven't done your Windows updates? I didn't know if I should install them. Folks, they're called security updates. So I'm going to go back and Let me give you an analogy. You go off and you buy a brand new Tesla. Do you want to just start driving around and not care about it, or are you going to read the owner's manual? Did you learn every little thing about this expensive car? What it'll do? What it can do for you? Yet today we go off and buy smartphones and tablets and just start downloading, my pet peeve, pirated software. Oh yeah, I'm going there. Listen to me very carefully. You wanting to save $39 on an application by pirating me? Trust me, you're going to spend more than $39 trying to fix your identity. I know, I'm being really serious, but you guys are probably used to me being jovial and happy all the time. But it really becomes hard for me when I see people be so complacent and, to be quite honestly, sometimes lazy. But hey, I like to call it job security. Okay, let's do our learning checks. If I was to tell you that we had some type of malware that infected our system and it went off because of either an action or a time or a condition, what type of malware am I talking about? Yep, a logic bomb. Now, there's actually a component of malware that's in reference to a software program that conceals the existence of malware. What type of software is this? Yep, it's the cryptor. What about a type of Trojan that goes out and brings more malware into your system? Yeah, that's the downloader. We also had a piece of software that would install malware that contained unidentifiable malware code and help the attacker install it. Yep, that's the dropper. What about the part of malware that contains the code or the sequences of commands? Yeah, that's the exploit. We also had software that compresses, there's a hint, the malware, and converts the code so it's unreadable. Yep, that's the packer. And what is the name of the actual file that gets activated, that goes through and does the deletion of files and infects the system? Yep, that's the payload. Okay, here's one for you. What type of attack is it? When it's caused by someone who's a part of the organization. You know, they click on a link they shouldn't. Yeah, we call that an insider attack. We actually mentioned that also back in the ethical hacking system hacking course. Then we talked about something that refers to the aspect of you visiting a website and you just automatically get a piece of malware installed. Yeah, that's called the drive-by downloads. And then we also talked about one of the techniques that we use to distribute malware on the internet. And it's basically if I can get my link to appear first in Google. What do we call that? Yeah, that's black hat SEO. Okay. So again, if you struggled with any of these, make sure you go back and watch those clips. Make sure that they get solidified in our brain. Okay, let's next move on to discussing advanced persistent threats. We also call them APTs. Advanced persistent threats, or we also refer to them as APTs. These should be a concern for any organization because they can damage not only resources, but your reputation. Now, these things are extremely smart, or they can be, I should say, which reminds me, you know me and my quotes. Bill Gates once said, "Success is a lousy teacher. It seduces smart people into thinking they can't lose." And it's almost the same way here, because in some cases, advanced persistent threats and the attackers think that they're invincible. But we can find them. It's just a little tougher. So what is an advanced persistent threat? Well, this is a type of network attack where the attacker gains access to your environment and then remains there for a long time without being detected. The word advance is a representation of using technologies to actually go through and exploit underlying vulnerabilities. The word persistent references the external command and control process that is continually pulling data and monitoring a victim's network. And threat. This signifies human involvement and coordination. As I mentioned before, these type of attacks are extremely sophisticated. They involve well-planned and coordinated techniques. Techniques that include things like erasing evidence of our activities after we've done our evil tasks. The information that can be extrapolated by an attacker through an APT attack includes things like classified documents, credentials for your users, personal information, network information, transaction information, credit card, business strategies, and control system access. Overall, the main objective is to actually try to obtain information that is sensitive rather than destroying a network or sabotaging it. One of the best examples and the most sophisticated piece of malware ever detected was probably Stuxnet. This particular worm was used against Iran in 2010. Its complexity tells us that only a nation-state actor could have been involved with it. Initially, this worm was introduced via infected USB drives and contained 3 modules: a worm that executed the main payload, a link file that automatically executed the propagated worm copies, and a rootkit that hid all the malicious files. The worm itself went across the network, searching for the Siemens Step 7 software on computers controlling programmable logic controllers, or PLCs. Once it found target machines, the malware injected its rootkit into the PLC, and the Step 7 software modified its code and sent commands to the PLC while displaying normal operations. This was actually specifically targeted against the centrifuge for Iran's uranium enrichment facilities. The malware forced the centrifuges to spin very fast for 15 minutes and then return them to normal speed. Within 5 months of the attack, the excessive speed changes caused the centrifuges to break, resulting in the loss of about 1,000 centrifuges. So yeah, pretty sneaky. So APTs have different characteristics, and these characteristics are the how, what, and why attackers design and plan their attacks. First, we have the objectives. The main objective of any of these type of attacks is to gather as much sensitive information by gaining access to an organization's network. But it shouldn't be limited to that. We could also include spying for political or strategic goals as well. There's also timelines, which refers to the time that is actually utilized by the attacker for looking at the target system for any vulnerabilities. Then there's the resources, the amount of knowledge, tools, techniques that are going to be required to perform an attack. These type of attacks, again, are more sophisticated and are typically performed by high-skilled attackers. And in order to have those levels of resources, really does point us a lot when it comes to APTs to state-nation actors. There's also the risk tolerance, which we define as the level up to which an attack remains undetected. This helps them to remain undetected on the network for an extensive period. There's also the skills and methods that are used by attackers to perform these type of attacks. This could include things like social engineering techniques to gather information, or even OSINT tools. We then have the actions. This is what makes them different from other types of cyber attacks. Again, our objective typically is to maintain our presence. So we got to make sure that whatever actions we're taking don't get flagged. There's also the characteristic of attack points. This refers to the numerous attempts made to gain entry into a targeted network. In order to be successful in gaining initial access, we need to make sure, or I should say the attacker is going to do a ton of research to, again, identify vulnerabilities. Then there are the numbers involved in the attack. Remember we talked about botnets earlier? Well, in the case of a government agency, they're going to have their own botnet. And these host systems will be used as part of the APT attacks against either organized crime or other nation states. Then there's the knowledge source, which is defined as gathering of information through online sources about specific threats. We then have multi-phased. This is one of the more important characteristics for APTs, that they actually follow multiple phases to execute an attack. And typically, those include reconnaissance, access, discovery, capture, and data exfiltration. We also have tailored for vulnerabilities, or to vulnerabilities. We want to make sure that the code that we create or the attacker creates is written and designed in such a way that the targets on the network have those specific vulnerabilities. And then we have multiple entry points. And what this means is that the attacker is going to go through, once they've made their initial connection or entry, they're going to create additional entry points. So if one gets discovered, they can still get back in. Now, when it comes to APTs, it's important to note that they are very similar to zero-day exploits, because it's going to be made up of malware that hasn't been available or in the wild before. The issue with Stuxnet was that it accidentally got released into the wild, and that's how we found out about it. But typically, it's going to be able to bypass all your security mechanisms, your firewalls, your antivirus, your IPSs, your IDSs, email spam filters, because it hasn't been used before. Now, there's some specific warning signs out there. APT attacks are usually impossible to detect, but unexpected user account activities or the presence of a backdoor Trojan, if we see even like tons of data leaving the network or being transferred, that might be a warning that you have an APT somewhere on your network. So just like everything else that we see, there's a life cycle involved, right? At some point, I want a light cycle like Tron. But in order to execute an APT attack, the attacker has to follow a certain set of phases to target, penetrate, and then exploit the network. So they're typically going to follow the phase step by step to make sure they not only compromise the system, but they maintain access. So as far as these phases are concerned, we start first off with preparation. And just like ethical hacking as a whole, or any type of hacking or pen testing, anytime we talk about security, we always talk about the preparation step. In ethical hacking, we refer to it as reconnaissance, right? Well, it's kind of the same thing here. The attacker is going to go through and actually defines the target, and then goes through and does extensive research on that particular organization. We then organize a team, either utilize the existing tools we have or create new tools, and then performs a test for detection of those tools. You see how this is more sophisticated? Normally, attackers don't perform tests to see if they're going to be detected. They just do it. We then move on to the initial intrusion. This is where, again, the attacker is going to gain access to the target network. The most common techniques that are used for this type of intrusion, or this initial intrusion, are spear phishing emails, or looking at vulnerabilities on servers that are publicly available, sending malware, anything that can contain a link that'll redirect the target to a website where at that point the browser and software gets compromised. It's normally at this phase that the malicious code or malware gets deployed into the target system and initiates an outbound connection, like a reverse shell. We then move on to the expansion. The primary objective here is that we've made it into our initial target, but we want to expand beyond that, right? And our main objective is going to be that we want to try to elevate our credentials. And we do this so that we can dig deeper into more systems. Now, if by chance we're not able to get a hold of some valid credentials, we'll use other techniques, such as, again, social engineering, or, again, looking at vulnerabilities, or taking a look at the good old USB drop, right? And at this point, it's really hard to track the attacker because they're using legitimate credentials. It's also at this particular stage that we are going to try to identify additional systems that we can use for installing persistent mechanisms, which kind of takes us to the next stage, and that is trying to then become persistent. Our goal here, again, is to avoid endpoint security devices like firewalls or IDS or IPS. In order to maintain access, an attacker is going to follow certain techniques and use customized malware that includes services, executables, and even, yes, drivers that are installed on the different systems to help them maintain that persistence. Here's what's really tricky is that a great way of maintaining persistence is for the attacker to try to find locations for installing the malware that aren't looked at. For example, what if we put our malware on routers and servers, firewalls, even printers? We then move on to the search and exfiltration. In this phase, the attacker, yeah, that's the best icon I can find for attack, like attack dog. But we're going to achieve our ultimate goal, and that is to, again, gain access to the information, financial information, personal information. We're going to target specific data and documents before we launch the attack. So again, we're going to search. A lot of times we take that data and move it to a centralized area that we can use for continually uploading back to our devices or back to our systems. And we're going to make sure that we use some type of encryption technique so that we can avoid our data loss prevention, our DLPs. And then finally, we have the cleanup. Yeah, you probably can't figure out what this is. No, it's not to take ourselves completely out of the picture on this particular target. This is where the attacker performs certain actions so that it's not evident by what's going on that we've been there. So if you remember, back in ethical hacking, system hacking, we talked about how we can cover our tracks. It's actually imperative for us to make sure that the system appears as if nothing has happened. Again, these are not the droids you were looking for. Nothing to see here. Move along. And then we just simply start all over again. All of these phases for APTs and its life cycle helps to determine if an attacker is successful or not. So let's do our learning checks. So what was the main objective of an APT? Yeah, it's to obtain data rather than doing anything destructive. And when we talked about the life cycle of an APT, which phase does the attacker perform certain actions from being detected? Yep, that's the cleanup phase. And do you remember the name of the phase for the first entry into the network? Yep, that was the initial intrusion. This is where we made our way in through social engineering attacks or emails with malicious links. And then right after that, the phase where we went through and tried to gain access to every single system, including obtaining administrative logging credentials or escalating privileges. What was that phase? Yep, that was the expansion phase. And I also mentioned that typically APTs are so sophisticated that a majority of the time, the attackers happen to be whom? Nation-state actors. Normally, it's not going to be 1 or even 10 different attackers. It could be an organization. I wouldn't put it past the anonymous group. Except for I wonder what, well, they probably have some pretty good resources if they got a good botnet. Okay, next up we'll be looking at Trojans. What's a Trojan? Okay, so in this module, we're going to dive into what is a Trojan. And I think it can be best summed up by the original wizard, the Wizard of Oz, who said, "Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. You remember that part? Because that's exactly what Trojans do, or what they represent. Now, many people think and feel that malware can be based off of a perceived intent of the creator, rather than actually the features that are taking place. And what I mean by that is that to some people, things like worms or viruses or Trojans actually equate to destruction or systems getting totally hammered. Yet there are actually a ton of legitimate applications out there that aren't intended to be considered malware, but they may be because you don't like it. So let's saddle up and let's see what we can learn. So to answer that first question, what is a Trojan? Well, this is an easy one. Basically, a Trojan, they define it as some type of malicious software that is disguised or included with a legitimate piece of software. It's hiding inside. And the reason we hide it is obviously so it's not detected and we have it executed when the application executes. Again, remember, we talked about in the past how the easiest way to get something done is to have a user do it for us. Now, when it comes to Trojans, some people get this kind of confused. This is Sparta! Oh, wait. Wrong civilization. See, it's easy to get confused. No, the concept of a Trojan comes from the Trojan horse, or the background from Greek mythology about the Trojan War, where the Greeks attacked the city of Troy, and the end of the war came with a final plan that the Greeks came up with, that they would build a giant hollow wooden horse. And for some reason, they were sacred to Trojans, or the people of Troy. And the hollow horse was filled up with soldiers of the Greek army. They presented the horse at the front gate, and the Trojans were excited. They brought the horse into the city, had a big party because, look, the gods looked favorably upon them, and they went to bed. Well, the Greek soldiers, including Brad Pitt, all glistened up, came out at night and they sacked the city. And that's basically the concept that we have here. We're going to have a legitimate program, but inside of it, we're going to contain spyware, a keylogger, a rootkit, some type of other program that we can use to get back in. But we're going to, again, have the victim bring the horse or the software into their computer. Once executed, the Trojan can relay information or even just steal information outright. Now, as far as the life cycle of a Trojan is concerned, we first start off by creating what we refer to as a payload. The payload is going to be a program that we're going to design to do specific things. Yeah, like maybe phone home. Yeah, there's a joke there, right? Come on, that was too easy. You were all thinking about ET just like me, right? Or go through and find credit card numbers or personal information. Anyways, this payload, when we create it, we then take our legitimate program like Office or Windows, the latest version, or an MP3 or a movie, or my favorite, antivirus software. And yeah, let's inject the payload inside of that program. And then all we need to do is put it out there. And we can do that via BitTorrents, websites, USB drops, IRCs. Now, this type of transmission method does typically rely heavily on social engineering concepts, which is where I want something for nothing. So, yeah, let's say that Microsoft just released a new version of Office, and we want to see if we can find it on the torrent sites. And I download it and I install it. Well, first of all, why did somebody put that up on the torrent? I know some of you folks are going to say, well, there's a lot of people that feel that software should be free. Yeah, I'm sure that's the only reason why they're doing it. But after you download it, again, you just simply install the program. And because you've installed the program, the Trojan actually gets the same permission as the user that's currently logged in. And it can then go through and start to modify itself. There's actual Trojans that will morph themselves. Yep, the mighty Morphin Trojans. So they're harder to detect. They transmit themselves and they start infecting other nodes inside of our environment. And again, I know you've probably heard me say this before. I get on my soapbox all the time, but trust me on this one, folks. I have, again, here comes my air quotes. I have a good friend who happens to be a Batman fan who used to be the biggest pirate out there. But becoming an ethical hacker changed my quote friend's perspective on this one. And he started noticing things that indicated that he was infected with a Trojan. So yeah, saving $40, $50, even $100 from having to buy an application. I don't know, even what, the latest Beyonce album or movie that's out. You're gonna pay more in the end with all the cleanup that you have to do with your mess. So what's the goal when it comes to what a Trojan creator is after? Well, initially, he's after an endgame. And the endgame includes any of the following, as well as possible combination of the following. The first thing that they're going to do is that they're probably going to start off by disabling your firewall. Have you ever seen that where your firewall won't enable? No deal, because I disable it anyway. Yeah, that's smart. I know. Firewalls make it really hard, especially those Windows-based firewalls, for us to configure things. But again, here comes that complacency issue or that laziness. Another in-game option would be to replace or delete operating system files. Listen, if I can replace with my Trojan an operating system that does the exact same thing that the operating system file did, for example, let's say I replace Notepad with my own version of Notepad, well, that's actually pretty clever, because anytime that you run my infected version of Notepad, my Trojan would repopulate, especially if you deleted it. And again, if I'm going to be destructive, I might delete some very important operating system files as well. Another goal might be for me to open up a back door. Creating a Trojan and putting it on the internet and having somebody launch it, opening the back door, in many cases, actually gets rid of some of the issues of having to do reconnaissance and footprinting. It's kind of a shortcut. Another goal that we might look at doing is I might disable your antivirus. Now, I don't want to be detected. And when I say disable both the firewall and the antivirus, I'm talking about you can't re-enable it. In fact, one of the famous tricks is to take an icon for an antivirus product. Most antiviruses, when they get disabled, they get a specific looking icon. Remember the replace and delete operating system files? How about if I just replace the disabled antivirus icon with one that looks like it's enabled? Oh yeah, thinking now, aren't we? Another goal would be that we might try to turn the target into a proxy, so that I can then issue attacks to other systems within your network. And you just think it's coming from Dick Grayson's machine, that he's the one's creating the traffic on your network and grabbing all the goods. I might even go down the road of adding in you to my botnet. Now, if you're not familiar with a botnet, do yourself a favor and do a little Googling. But I'll try to break it down here for you. A botnet is simply an army of systems that I, as an attacker, have already compromised and taken control of. And at a specific time and date, I can have all my bots do some specific commands, such as attack Citibank or send out spam email messages. Or here's the real kicker, I'm going to do it late at night when you're asleep and your system is just sitting there. Some other goals that we could accomplish as a Trojan creator would include generating a bunch of bogus traffic on your network to create a denial of service attack or a DOS. Because again, remember, sometimes the motivation of an attacker is to just cause disruption. And many times that disruption is designed to create problems for the company. Other times it can actually open up vulnerabilities. See, if I overload the system with too much traffic, it may give me a way in. We can also use it to download and install additional spyware, malware, and adware. Think about the toolbars that are out there that we've seen. Every installation of a toolbar, let's say, for example, I go and install WinZip, and during the installation, it says, hey, would you like to use a custom install or a quick and easy install? Please, folks, for your own benefit, whatever you do, don't choose the quick install. Don't be complacent. Take the custom installation so you can see what's actually going to happen. Because many times the quick install will say, yeah, go ahead and install XYZ toolbar. Well, I'll probably get an affiliation fee for every installation of that toolbar and all the traffic that it generates. So that's why it's a moneymaker for an attacker. So if I can get you to install additional spyware and malware, sometimes even without your knowledge, I'm going to make more money. Another goal would include grabbing screenshots, especially when you're logging onto a financial website. I can also go through as an attacker and get my Trojan to start recording video from your webcam. But Dale, hang on a second. I've got a light on my webcam, so I'd be able to tell. Well, guess what? I can actually turn that light off, even though the camera's active. And if you don't think that's dangerous, ask Miss Teen USA, who unknowingly opened up. I'm not going to say unknowingly because she opened it up on her own accord. But when she opened up an email and clicked on a link that was been specifically designed for her, it installed black shades. The attacker then proceeded to capture video from her laptop during some personal moments. The attacker then tried to extort her by saying, look, I got some pictures I've captured of you, and for a nominal fee, I won't reveal them to the rest of the world. Dale, that kind of sounds like a sophisticated organized crime attack. Actually, it ended up being a 19-year-old former classmate of hers from high school, and yes, he was arrested, charged with multiple crimes, not only extortion, but yes, taking control of someone's computer remotely without permission is a federal crime, and using a computer to commit a crime, his own computer, was another crime. Another goal would be for us to go through and obviously steal passwords, codes, financial data, personal data. In fact, one thing that I would want my Trojan to do, if I was to have one, would be to search your computer for any document that was named password or passwords or PWDS or just including the phrase password in its name, because most IT folks will go through and write down their passwords digitally. I love it when we do that. I'll also look for documents that may be network layouts or Excel spreadsheets that are called user account or employee information. Yeah, I know. All of you right now are quickly typing on your computers to rename all your files. We can also go through and obviously use you for a target for spamming. If all else fails, I'm going to use your resources, right? Try to get my Trojan to be sent out to all of your Outlook clients. You folks may have never gotten an email from a friend that was suspicious, right? Find a cool link, and guess what? Somebody gets pwned. So yeah, now you understand the goals. The bad news is, the whole time you've been watching this video, I've been injecting... oh, never mind. So how do Trojans communicate and hide? Well, let's take the hiding mechanism first. When we go through and build a Trojan, again, remember that we're going to be attaching it to a legitimate piece of software. So technically, there are two different components to a Trojan, or I should say two different communication paths. The first one is called the overt channel. Now, if you were to define overt, you'd see it described as something explicit or evident or obvious. So overt would be something like the newest version of Office or an MP3 file. It's a file that everybody wants. That would be the overt channel. In order to use this channel, I have to make it enticing for you to want to install it. And this is what happens with malware, and why there's so many different versions of different types of malware out there as well. Because one day, everybody could basically wake up and say, oh, hey, look, there's a new version of Office out, or the next daily hot picks of Dale. And everybody wants them. Well, maybe deletes them. But the latest game comes out, or hey, what about a screensaver? Listen, I'm a huge Batman fan. You folks should know that about me by now. Maybe I find a cool Batman screensaver that I'm going to download. Well, again, it's going to be our overt channel. Now, the other channel that's involved here is called the covert channel. It's the hidden path that's used to transfer data across the network, and it's going to be built into our payload. Most attackers will rely on this technique that we refer to as tunneling, so that it's not visible to everybody monitoring the network, that information is actually leaving your environment. Maybe I tunnel it across, with HTTP or HTTPS so you don't see it, or at least anybody that's monitoring the network. Or maybe we encrypt it. You're going to want to make sure that you have an understanding of the two differences between these channels for your immediate future. Wink, wink, hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Now, if you followed my courses, you know that I can't get across a course without using my favorite word. So here we go. Now, there's a plethora of ports that are used by different Trojans, and this is just a partial list. You'll notice that some of them actually utilize ports that you wouldn't suspect, like Blade Runner using port 21. Typically, that's FTP or port 80 for the Executioner Trojan. What else uses port 80? I think one of my favorites is the port that Killer Rat and Houdini Rat uses, 6666. So when we talk about understanding the ports that are being utilized, again, this just being a partial list, you'll need to be doing some research to find out the newest Trojans and what ports they're utilizing. And when you see traffic going across a port, you need to investigate it. Yeah, I know it's really hard, especially with things like port 80, right? Now, one of the things you would definitely want to do if you suspected a system of being infected by a Trojan is to do a fresh reboot of the system and then see what ports are currently listening. There's actually different states of ports. When a port is in a listening state, it's because the system put it in that state to listen and it's waiting for a connection from another system. You know what? Again, I'm a visual guy, so let's fire up a machine and take a look at this. So Dale, how do we actually see what ports are listening? Yeah, let me show you. Let's jump into a virtual machine here. Or you know what? You can even do this on your own machine. Maybe eye-opening for you. Okay, so here I am on my virtual machine here. I'm just going to go ahead and open up my start menu here and just type in CMD Charlie Michael David, which opens up our command prompt. Some of you might be using the terminal if you have it installed. I don't have it installed in this box, or even PowerShell. Either one will work. Let's go ahead and make this a little bit biggie size for us so that we can see a little bit better. And you know me, again, I like my Batman colors, so I'm going to pop that out. Let's clear this out. And let's just simply use a tool called netstat, which is short for network status. And one of the options I can specify here is the -A. -A, matter of fact, you know what? Let's just do a quick help. You'll see here that it's got several different options for you. You can go through, and the -A, which is what I was about to do there, displays all the connections and all the listening ports. A -B is going to display the executables involved in creating each of those connections. That might be interesting. So let's first start off. Let's just clear this off again. And let's do a netstat -A. And you can see there are the ports that are currently listening. And you can see which address, local address, they're listening on. And there's not a whole bunch going on here because the fact that this machine is isolated. But if you want to know what's kind of going on as far as what executable opened up those different ports, we can use the -B. Whoops, gotta elevate ourselves. So let's do that again. I'm gonna just right click and select to run as administrator. And let's try this again. So if I do a netstat -B, you'll notice there's nothing going on. So if I do a netstat -AB, you'll notice here that it shows me the different ports that we saw previously and then what executable required it to be in a listening mode. Most of these are just SVC hosts, as well as some other system executables that are running. Nothing special here. You know what? Let me switch over to a machine that's actually exposed to the internet. Let me log in here. So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to right click on my terminal and I'm going to run it as administrator. And I'm going to just do the same netstat-ab. And you'll notice this one's got some other ports that are open up. For example, let's take a look at this one right here. Port 49513 looks like OneDrive setup.exe is what opened up that port or put it into a listening mode. Actually, I should say that one's an established connection, so it's no longer listening, but you get the idea here. If I was to scroll up and see anything suspicious, like what is this application that may be called, I don't know, FTP server? And why is it sitting there listening? Let's do this. Let's go ahead and clear this out. And this time let's do a netstat AON. Now what this command does is it actually helps to identify the O represents or tells the system to display the owning process ID. So if I scroll up here, you'll notice that it's got the PID. Remember what I told you about PIDs? Anything over what number? And that's not in the immediate future. That's just real world info that'll help you out. And the N displays the address and the port numbers in numerical form. So it puts them in order for us. And to sum it all up, I think G.I. Joe said it best when they said, knowing is half the battle. How can you actually tell if you have a Trojan? Well, it's kind of like saying, how do you know when you're sick? There are always symptoms, right? Well, when it comes to a Trojan, I refer to them as, uh-oh, it's way too late, you've already been infected. But some symptoms could include things like updates being denied or your antivirus being disabled. In fact, I've seen Trojans that go through and have made it so that your updates through Microsoft won't update or the task manager won't launch, so you can't see what processes are running. There's also the issue, or I should say the symptom of the Control-Delete keys not working. You know, they work when a user logs in, but once they log in, they're disabled. You might start thinking something's wrong with this system. Or how about if it just starts restarting all the time or shutting down? About 80% of you right now are going, Now, a good Trojan is one that you don't suspect is installed. So you don't necessarily see things taking place. You might see the system rebooting because maybe I need to reboot as an attacker because I just made some configuration changes on your system. Screensavers. This is another symptom that would show up, that the screensaver itself just changes, maybe to something that you would have never chosen. Some other systems include things like the taskbar just totally disappearing on you. Now, this could actually be caused by a Trojan or possibly just me visiting you. What I mean by that is, I think I've shared this story with you before, but when I go to Sam's Club or Costco, which are warehouse club shopping retail stores here, and I get bored, my wife goes off shopping for other things, I'll do the free sample round. But when I get done with all that, I'll go to their computer section and start playing around with the display machines. I'll play around with some of the GPO settings, take away the taskbar, or take away the start button. There's probably a sign in the employee break room with a security photo of me saying, watch out for this guy. Actually, one of my favorite things to do is to do a print screen of the desktop, save that as the background, then hide all the icons except for the recycle bin. Ah, fun geek times. So yeah, displays can be a issue for us or a symptom. Sometimes the display might actually invert itself or flip upside down. There you are working on your operating system, everything's fine, and then all of a sudden your background changes. Okay, that seems kind of destructive. But look, somebody put a cute little puppy on my desktop. And you may be thinking it's cute when it happens, but when you find out why it happened, that puppy's not so cute. There's also, sometimes we'll see the start button disappear. As I mentioned before, making things disappear can be extremely frustrating for users. If I take away your start button, the taskbar, and disable your Control-Delete options, there's not a whole lot of things you can do, right? Another symptom would include redirections. where your browser goes somewhere other than you typed. For example, you type in, I don't know, Microsoft.com and you're taken to an inappropriate website. And again, the attacker may have just made money off you because they get paid for every visit to a site that they redirect people to. And there's more symptoms, things like the DVD drive ejecting, or excuse me, I think nowadays we just call it the coffee cup holder drawer. If you haven't heard that one, that's the tech support call where a individual calls up and says that their coffee cup holder is not working correctly anymore. But let's say it just starts ejecting randomly, or you might actually hear the DVD drive spin up. There's also the issue if you start to see documents or just a bunch of gobbledygook being printed out on your printers. Or what about if your mouse gets reversed? Or how about hard drive activity? Look at your system when nobody's using it. Now, sometimes we might see the hard drive activity light go off and on because the system is doing some defragging or going through some maintenance or maybe backing up. But again, as I mentioned before, knowing is half the battle. If there's a lot of activity going on, either at the hard drive or the network level, and you're just sitting there reading a Word document, I might be a little suspicious because most maintenance tasks are programmed to wait until the system is not being used. There's also, web pages opening up arbitrarily, like, pop-ups or even just opening up out of the blue. Or your contacts, friends, business associates start reporting they're getting spam either by you or by someone known as unknown user. And time and dates, we'll see those change up on us. Throwing a system out of sync can actually create a lot of havoc on the network or for that particular device. And speaking of havoc, what if data starts to get corrupted? That might be a key indicator of a Trojan attack. And as I mentioned earlier, backgrounds changing or resolutions changing, just anything that deals with the system, if it becomes unstable or just not operating the way that it should, could be a key indicator that you've got a Trojan. And outside the system, if you start seeing charges for Amazon orders going to Dale Meredith, yeah, that might be a sign of a Trojan. Let's do a quick learning check. Now, when it comes to Trojans and how they get deployed, we talked about two different channels. Which one is defined as something explicit, obvious, or evident? Yep, that's the overt channel. And then there was the secondary channel, which transfers information within a computer system or a network in secret. What was that one called? Yep, the covert channel. And I mentioned also that one of these two channels was a legitimate communication path, meaning something that we would expect to see information go across. Yeah, very easy. Overt. Okay, now that we've gotten a good understanding of Trojans, let's go through in the next module and actually dive in deeper into these malicious programs. How easy is it to be infected by a Trojan? Well, we're going to talk about that. And I'm also going to show you some stuff that hopefully, if you're not scared now, you will be. In fact, I'm kind of reminded of a famous movie. And the character in the movie, whose name is Morpheus, is about to reveal what the Matrix is. And he makes this particular statement. He says, "This is your last chance. After this, there is no turning back. You take the blue pill, the story ends, and you wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill, you stay in Wonderland, and I'll show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. So this is your choice. The blue pill in this case is stop watching this course and continue thinking that you're safe, or your network is safe, your home network is safe, or your Android and Apple phones are safe, or you can take the red pill and hold my hand. More than likely, by the time we're done with this module, you'll be asking yourself, why, oh why, didn't I take the blue pill?" So how does one actually infect a target? Well, we're going to go through and take a look at a couple of steps now to make sure it's how it's done. The first step is that we're going to go through and create our little monsters. we're going to need some type of toolkit to create them for us. Now, obviously, we've talked about other products throughout this whole series, and I've already shown you something called Kali. And Kali itself has a lot already built into it. There's actually a Trojan horse construction kit out there, but you could also just use some basic technologies that are built into the operating systems. I could also just go and create a script or a batch program that would do some damage. But one of the keys here is to understand that the newer the Trojan, the higher the chance of succeeding in getting inside of a compromised system, because our security mechanisms that are in place will actually not detect them. Step 2 is you're going to go and drop it one time for me. Dropper. Okay, don't give up my day drop, right? Well, we actually create what we refer to as a dropper by using different types of software. And what we mean by creating a dropper is that we basically take our little monster that we've created and we tell it how to install itself utilizing the desired or a legitimate program. And of course, once we've done that, we give him a cute little icon, maybe use a cute little teddy bear. But again, a dropper is what we use to make the application or the Trojan look legit. Trust me, the teddy bear won't hurt you. Or will he? And then we go through and combine the two together with something referred to as a wrapper. Oh yeah, you know what's coming. Oh, you thought I was going to break out a mic and go all DJ on you. Deals in the house! Well, what a wrapper is it's designed to basically combine our two programs together. And we can actually utilize it to gather multiple files or use multiple files or even multiple Trojans to create our malicious software. Next, we go through and we use what they refer to as a cryptor, which goes through and encrypts the binary code of the executable, which makes it pretty much undetectable by antivirus software. After that, we propagate and deploy our Trojan by either using emails with malicious links, proxy servers, USB drives, covert channels like SSH or ICMP or DNS or even HTTP or HTTPS. And then finally, we allow the Trojan to execute, which is usually what causes the damage to the system or possibly even load up more tools. Yeah, but Dale, when you say that somebody has to actually execute it, I'll just tell all my employees and people not to execute programs. Okay, yeah, how's that been working out? The biggest reason why this doesn't work is because many times the infection takes place via social engineering attacks. Let's say that I send you a file and it may contain, adult materials or maybe a cool program like a new screensaver. Yeah, don't send me a screensaver with Batman images because I will probably install it. More likely, though, we see a lot of Trojans being infected via email attachments because of the actual files being attached or links to files. I always tell people that when you get an email, we never, ever click on links because the link may look like you're going to, some cloud storage company like Dropbox or OneDrive or to a website. But the code behind that link could actually be taking you to a different location. And many times that just leads to disaster. Our users, and as well as ourselves, can sometimes also be social engineered all the time because of pop-ups. And they're now being done in such a way that it's designed to scare the user, or again, to affect the greed factor. And what's kind of interesting is that if you've ever seen pop-ups, be careful because if you hit yes or no, or click anywhere on the pop-up, you could actually be injecting the Trojan, even though you hit no. They actually create this application so that it looks like some type of system application, and it looks like it's trying to protect us, right? Oh no, I've been infected, so I better scan now or update my protection now. Or in many cases, they actually will give us false positives, pretending like it was actually helping you out, when in reality, they were just installing more Trojans and getting more information off your system. Or they're Trojans that say my IP address was used to visit a website that contained pornography or child abuse, and my computer has those files on it apparently. I've been sending out spam messages to terrorists. Again, any type of fear factor. So again, this is designed to scare people into paying for something that they aren't actually guilty of doing. And just recently, emails have been going out saying, hey, you can upgrade Windows to the latest version for free if you just click here. Again, these emails will look like they're from Microsoft. It'll include their logo, maybe even their address. Or how about if you got an email saying your Amazon package is being delayed because you need to click here to verify your address? Come on, be honest. How many of you might actually click on it? Okay, so here I am on my Kali box. And I'm going to just simply open up. There are a couple different ways you could actually do this. You can actually open up a command prompt or a terminal and launch the application. I'm sure you probably have seen already as we've gone through the series that just by going through the menu system, typically all it really does is launch a terminal at that directory structure. So if I type in here, social engineering toolkit, you'll notice it does just in fact launch a terminal and then executes the social engineering toolkit. If I exit out of this and open up a command prompt, I keep saying command prompt to terminal, there we go. And then just type in that I'd like to start up set tool kit. And there's only one T. Don't let that throw you. And hit enter. It does the exact same thing. Now, the social engineering toolkit, this is a great product, and you might see this one in your immediate future as far as what it's designed to do. Not necessarily how to dig into it, but again, for real world environments, you're going to want to dig into this. So let's do a social engineering attack here. That's where I'm going to find some of the fun tools. So I hit 1, and then I'm going to come, let's do a PowerShell attack vector, number 9. Doesn't that sound like fun? I'm going to hit enter, and let's do a PowerShell alphanumeric shellcode injector. Hit enter. It wants the IP address of the reverse host, which would be this system. And just to give you a reminder of the systems that we have here in the labs, this one happens to be 37.10. So I'm going to just type in 172.31.37.10. This is setting up Meterpreter to basically be listening. And it's saying, what port do you want to listen on? Well, let's listen on 443 because, hey, what else runs on 443? Yeah, SSL, right? I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. And it's going to take a few minutes here to go through and create the listener for us. There we go. And then it says, do you want to go ahead and start it up? We'll go ahead and hit yes to start it. Starts up the Metasploit framework. And now it's just out there listening. Now, the file that it created, the malware that it created, is located inside of this. You can see the statement being utilized quite often here, the .set directory. We can browse to it through File Explorer if we want, or what we call in Windows the File Explorer. I'm just going to open a folder, and I'm going to make sure that I'm also showing my hidden files. And it said it was inside of set reports, PowerShell, and there's the file right there. So let's go ahead and take it. We're going to just right click on it and we're going to copy it, or let's just do a send to real fast to, and now it looks like this. Send to desktop is just a link. So let's just go ahead and copy that, and we'll come to the desktop and we'll just go ahead and paste it. So let's go ahead and close this down. We'll go ahead and minimize this. We'll want to come back and take a look at that here in a second, but let's come in here and let's change the extension on this one to, instead of a text, to a .bat file. And we're going to go ahead and hit rename. And if you want, we can open up so you can see what it looks like. Nothing major, or at least doesn't look too dangerous, right? Just a bunch of code, but trust me, it's not fun. So go ahead and close that down. The goal then now would be to wrap this inside of a file and distribute that out across the network and just wait for people to actually run it. So I'm just going to copy this over to my Windows 10 machine. So in my world, So in my world, in order for me to do this, since I'm using VMware, I actually have a shared folder that I can send this to that the Windows 10 machine will have access to. You can transfer it across however you'd like to do it. I'm just come into my mount and come into that directory, and I'm just going to copy it right there. And I'm going to switch over to my Windows 10 machine, and I should be able to see it. There we go. So let's take it. So we'll pretend for a second that this was injected or wrapped inside of a malicious or a overt file or a legitimate file. And when you opened it up, because, I don't know, let's say we got it pirated software or a link to an email or as an attachment, but it executes. Oh, looks like our antivirus is going to kick in right away. So let's turn that off so we can see that happen. We're going to allow that on the device. I'm going to come in here, turn off my real-time protection. We'll say this much. Windows Defender is actually pretty good. Let's go ahead and double check, click that again. You notice how fast that was? Didn't see anything, did we? Nothing to see here. These are not the droids you were looking for, but guess what? Let's go ahead and close this down real fast, and let's open up the task manager. Let's take a look and see what's running. Oh, wow. There's really nothing running. That's interesting. The only thing that kind of looks suspicious, if you know what you're looking for, did you see it? Scroll back up. It's called a Windows command processor. Just happens to be running. Would you have picked that up? Be honest. But again, from the very generic task manager, nothing's open because I don't have any apps open. Now, let's take a look at what's happening on Kali. Let's open up our terminal. Oh, look at that. Something's been happening over here. Looks like I've got a interpreter session that could be opened up. So let's see. If I just hit enter here, I get a Metasploit command, and I can go into a session by just typing in session, or I should say sessions, has to be plural, and I for interactive, and let's go into session 1. And I've got an interpreter session. And from here, I should be able to just type in, let's see, tell me about the system information, please. Oh, look at that. It's a Windows 10 machine. It's in the Gotham domain. It's a 64-bit. I can do a help, and it shows me all the different options that I have available to me, including things like, yeah, I can dump the SAM database if I want to. I can do a get system to elevate my privileges of that local system. If I scroll up here, remember how I told you before, I don't care if you've got a webcam. I can take a snapshot. I can play a video stream of that cam. I can send mouse events, all kinds of fun little tools. You want to get the SID of a user or kill a process? Did I mention pirated software yet? And what could be attached? I told you, you were going to get scared. So again, how do we transmit Trojan packages? Well, remember step 5, propagation and deployment? This is the easy part. We can actually do this a couple different ways. I can actually go through and try to implement it via physical access, which I kind of showed you in the demo. But maybe I've got my Trojan built and I put it on a thumb drive and I just drop it outside your organization, hoping that an employee picks it up and plugs it in. Another way is via email. We've talked about the fact that you may be thinking, well, I'm not going to open up an email from somebody I don't know. Okay, go back and think about what we've talked about this whole time and throughout the course. It's easy to spoof someone's address. Let's say that Bruce Wayne sends Clark Kent an email or sends him emails all day long. Well, if I'd done my due diligence, I could simply create an email that looks like it came from Bruce, and I could try to trick Clark into double-clicking it. Maybe a file on, look what I found, some kryptonite. We see this happen time and time again. I don't know about you folks, but I get emails all the time from family members that say, thought you'd be interested in this, and there was a link, and that was it in the email. Or a user might be tricked into thinking that they're going to get free internet access or free movie, or again, adult materials, very, very popular. And what's amazing that a lot of times antivirus solutions will pop up and warn individuals that this has a virus. But because the emotion is so strong that they want that particular file or application or access, they'll go ahead and allow it. There's also the issue of fake applications. So if you're out there looking at an application, I don't know, maybe it helps you organize your garage. All you have to do is, put in your dimensions of your garage or carport area. That's supposed to go through and actually help you organize. At least that's what they promise. Well, the victim goes through and downloads a program, and then they double click on it to install it. They mark it as being trusted because they want the program so badly. In fact, it's interesting is that I've seen out there many, many times deals like sales ads that entice people, or believe it or not, a lot of kids use Google to search for free MP3s. What we have to remember is that attackers are extremely creative, where they go through and they've taken popular items and say, yeah, our site has that. And you go to download that file. I don't know, maybe it's a Collective Soul song because I'm a huge Collective Soul fan. And they released an album this year. And I go and download a file that's called, I don't know, the name of their song.mp3. I double click on it. And yeah, the Trojan actually executes. Maybe I don't even see anything happen. Maybe the MP3 is not really there. But something flashed on my screen for a second. Where have we seen that before? Also, torrents. Another fantastic way of deploying malware. Let me ask you a question. Are you watching this video from a torrent? And you think you got it for free? Again, nothing is free out there. More than likely, someone's just using your greeting to pwn you. We also have freeware. Okay, there's some really cool freeware products out there, folks. Like, for example, VNC. It's great. But you got to make sure you're downloading it from the right place, because there are hundreds of sites out there that say that this is the site for VNC. This is where you download it. And guess what? Yeah. So VNC, if you're not familiar, it's a remote access tool. So yeah, you install it because you want it, because you want to be able to remote access your desktop from home. But again, my malware is going to allow me to remote access as well. And we also have something called shrink wrap. Shrink wrapped software could actually have Trojans in them. I mean, shrink wrap like new or repackaged. More than likely, this is typically done by a disgruntled employee. But I actually worked for a company back in my day that we sold software. And when people brought software back because they didn't like it, we would take it in the back room and just simply reshrink it, put it back up on the shelf. This was a long time ago. Nowadays, most retail outlets say if you break the shrink wrap, it's yours. And it's because of this particular threat. Now, I know you may be also saying, Dale, as far as that disgruntled employee issue is concerned, a lot of software companies have QA mechanisms in place that stop it from happening. But that's not to say that all software vendors take the same precautions. Another way that we can propagate is through, yes, good old viruses. Many times viruses will actually execute and install additional Trojans for us. In fact, there are times when Trojans will help to install viruses as well. They sure like each other. Now I know some of you are thinking probably right about now, I better go back and format my hard drive and start over. And again, I'm using air quotes here. I have a friend who in his naive days probably got pwned many times. If you don't believe me, do yourself a favor and go Google Trojan PDF documents, or just PDFs. PDFs are horrendous right now because everybody's using PDFs. So yeah, you want a white paper or the latest Batman comic book? Open up that PDF and watch the exploits from some of those readers out there kick in. Somebody will get into your system. So another thing that you need to understand about Trojans and their creators is they can actually create Trojans to evade antivirus. Now, what I'm saying here is just to make sure you understand, I'm not telling you that antivirus isn't your solution or your countermeasure. This is just ways that attackers use to avoid by being picked up by antivirus. And there's several ways that we can do this. One of them is to simply change the checksum value of a file, because most antivirus programs will look at the checksum of a known virus or Trojan. Another way that we can avoid antivirus is to just write your own Trojan. I said write, not ride. That would technically make your Trojan a 0-day attack mechanism. Now you may be thinking, Dale, how do you write your own Trojan? Hang on, I'll show you. Let's finish talking about the rest of these mechanisms. Another way that we can do this is to use a hex editor to make modifications that will actually help you to hide your monster from any antivirus software. Also, I could break the Trojan into multiple files because most antivirus programs are looking for specific files that represent the Trojan. By breaking it up, it may miss it. I could also use the syntax or modify the syntax. Again, a lot of antivirus programs are looking for specific syntaxes within a Trojan. And of course, one of the best things to do kind of goes back to writing your own Trojans, but don't ever use Trojans that have been identified by antivirus products. This does require you to do a little bit more research. And here you thought there wouldn't be any homework. So, you want to see how to create a Trojan? Well, let's fire up our Kali box. So, here I am back on my good old Kali box. In order to create my own Trojan to avoid antivirus, there's a couple of tools that we can use. Now, the first command I'm going to use, I need to preference this by saying that I don't have a lot of time in this course to tell you all the different variables and switches. But if you want to know how to use the help system inside of Linux, as well as the commands for the tools that I'm going to use, we've got several courses here at Pluralsight that allow you to dive deeper into some of these tools. In particular, Metasploit. Now, Kali comes with Metasploit, and in it, it has something that's called MSF Venom. It's spelled a little differently. It's MSF VENOM. You can see I've already have a command because I show this off quite often. But I'm going to do a -P, which is my payload. And in this case, my payload will be Windows Meterpreter. And I would like to use the Meterpreter vulnerability for reverse TCP. I'm going to specify then the exploit. And the exploit is going to be an x86 Shakita GA_NAI. And then we have to specify the IP address of the host that is listening. So it's called the L host. This is case sensitive. Oops, I'm going to do an host or L host equals and the IP address of the system that will be listening, which in this case is my Kali box. So that's 172.31.37.10. And then what's the listening port? L port equals, and we'll just do the L port from hell. Actually, with 4 6s, I think it's a level below hell. We're going to then do a file format, and we're going to create an executable. And in this case, we're going to call it photoshop.exe. I hit enter. It actually goes through, grabs that payload, puts it inside the exploit, or uses the exploit, combines them together to create, let's just do an ls. You'll notice there's a photoshop.exe file. I then just transmit this, and Bob's my uncle. Now, be aware that some of the latest and greatest antivirus products out there might actually catch this particular type of encoding on this file. But good old Google, yeah, I have a love-hate relationship for them. There's actually a Google project out there that's called the Pre-Scam Scrambler, which allows you to scramble the executable files. And I'll just leave it at that. And if that one's gone by the time you watch this course, there are other products out there and other websites that could help you out too. Now, there's actually a variable in switches that you could use to say, I'd like to grab the calculator or calca.exe file and inject my photoshop.exe file. Maybe we don't call it that. Maybe it's called hack me. and create a new executable that I could then send to you and say, hey, this is an update for the calculator program. Please make sure you copy this over to your System32 directory. And then when you run the calculator program, yeah, guess who's listening? Okay, you know the drill. Let's do our learning checks. If I was to tell you I was going to use a program to combine two files together, what is that considered? Yep, a wrapper. I know, you're thinking, DJ Dale. That's another kind of wrapper. Wiki wiki wah. Okay, what about if I was to tell you that we wanted to take our little monster that we've created and I needed to use another program to deliver the malware to a victim's machine? What kind of a program am I talking about? Yep, that's called a dropper. And if I wanted to encrypt the binary code of an executable, what kind of a program am I using? Yep, a crypter. And if Oswald Cobblepot was extremely mad at Wayne Enterprises, a software company, and he wanted to infect as many computers as he could, so he installed some Trojans into the installation mechanisms of the legitimate software, what type of a propagation method would that be? Yep, that's shrink wrapped. And if I was having problems because antivirus solutions were picking up my Trojan based off my file size, what could I do? Yeah, I'm going to break it up into multiple files. Okay, you all know the rule. If you are struggling with some of these concepts, go back and watch the clips again. Make sure that you solidify this information into your heads. Now, next up, we're going to talk about the different types of Trojans. Dale, stop. It's too scary. I know. I'll hold your hand. There are so many different types of Trojans out there in the wild. Well, when it actually comes to different types of Trojans, I really don't have enough time in a course to go through and talk about every single one of them. In fact, it'd probably take us weeks to talk about them. And knowing that brings me to my favorite quote by the philosopher Il Guapo, who once said, "Would you say I have a plethora of piñatas?" See, I told you I'd get plethora in every course. But this is actually where I get my fetish for the plethora word. It's from a movie. By the way, that's like 3 plethoras in 30 seconds. I rock. If you're not familiar with El Guapo, again, another homework assignment for you. You need to go watch the movie. It's called The Three Amigos. And El Guapo was actually the head villain. And he comes back to his village. And his sidekick comes up and lets him know that they're getting ready for his birthday. And that they had many piñatas that they'd put up. And El Guapo, who was trying to expand his English vocabulary, says, "Would you say that I have a plethora of piñatas?" And his sidekick says, "Sí, El Guapo, you have a plethora." El Guapo then asks him, "Do you know what a plethora is?" And it really does go downhill from there. It's one of my favorite scenes. You can tell I'm just still laughing about it as I tell you about it. But that being said, let's get into what I like to refer to as the Dale Top 10 Trojans. And when it comes to Trojans, there are actually several different types, kind of like a subcategory. We're going to start off my top 10 list by looking at notifications. Now, the whole purpose of a notification Trojan is, another movie reference here. It wants to go and phone home or its IP address of the target that's infected and then send that information back to the attacker. And we can do this at different times or different aspects depending on the notification Trojan you've installed or once you've gotten it installed. One of them is referred to as an IRC Trojan. Now this one just simply uses an IRC channel to communicate to the attacker. There's also a PHP notifier Trojan, which sends its data by, yep, you got it, via PHP server. Or I should say connecting to a PHP server that the attacker owns or has actually pwned. Then there's the NetSend notification Trojan. This is basically sending information or commands to the target machine via the NetSend command. We also have ICQ notifications, which again just notifies the attacker, hey, I've gotten installed. Remember, the purpose of a Trojan is mass distribution. So I'm just going to sit here and wait via one of these channels for my payload to report back to me. And so I can again use ICQ channels, or even do things even simpler by just going through email. It doesn't get much easier than that, huh? Now, coming in at number 9, we have botnet Trojans, or we refer to them also as bot herders. But a botnet Trojan is basically a Trojan that helps me to combine multiple pwned systems together so that I can issue one command and control to all the machines that have been infected with this Trojan at the same time. Now, one of the biggest targets for these type of Trojans is educational, government, and military. Now, another phrase that you might hear when you talk about botnets is the phrase of a zombie computer, which is simply just a computer that's infected with one of these Trojans, and the attacker can bring these machines online at their whim and then use them for, sending spam or launching a denial of service attack against another company. Now, again, the attacker can remotely, with one command, implement through his botnet a denial of service. He could also use it for sending out mass emails or spams via SMTP. He can also use it for what we refer to as click fraud. This is where we typically see things like the FBI knows you've been looking at child pornography and it's designed to scare you. Or possibly that we've detected that you're using pirated software and you may need to pay us some money. As I mentioned before, I call this actually extortionware. But these type of Trojans can also be used for stealing product keys, login IDs, credit card numbers, all kinds of information. Now, the reason why educational and government, as well as military systems, are extremely popular for these types of Trojans is because think about how many computers are in an educational environment, especially in a computer lab. Who's maintaining those? Is that person maintaining those aware? I don't know. Maybe the fact that students are downloading software that's infected with these type of Trojans. Now, coming in at number 8, we have what they refer to as a proxy server Trojan. A proxy server Trojan is going to get loaded onto our target. It then starts proxying out for us, meaning the attacker can use the victim's machine or pass it through it. We turn the victim's machine into a proxy server so that it then goes out and grabs other targets. And it all gets blamed on the first victim. So it'd be similar to creating our proxy chains. And believe it or not, there are actually thousands and thousands of systems out there on the internet currently that are infected with proxy servers running as a hidden service on a machine without the end user knowing or an enterprise admin knowing it. Coming in at number 7 and working its way to the top, like the old DJs on the radio, right? We have FTP server Trojans. I bet you can figure out what one's going to do here. If I can infect you with this type of Trojan, I'm going to install an FTP server on your machine. If you followed my previous courses, you know my story about my customer, that when I had my own ISP service, who had this type of infection. And once it got infected, the Trojan then started sending out connection information back. And this is what happens with these type of Trojans. It's very similar to like a notification, but we're simply going to use port 21 for that machine. And then, of course, obviously, at that point, the attacker is going to be given full access via the FTP protocol. It typically will also install additional malware to make things a little bit easier for the attacker to get in. And again, the information the attacker can pull off the target machine would include things like credit card info, confidential information. And I'm going to be looking at documents that are called password.doc or email addresses, anything of interest to me. Or I should say anything that could help me as an attacker to pwn more systems. As far as the connection is concerned, you'll see an FTP service running, so be aware. Next, we have VNC Trojans. There's actually two aspects to it. The first one is that we just simply infect your machine with a VNC Trojan, which fires up what we refer to as a VNC server daemon. After the attacker is notified that the VNC server is up and running, they just simply look into it with a VNC viewer with a password of secret. Yeah, it's a real tough one, huh? Now, the kicker here is that VNC is extremely popular. A lot of IT folks use it for remote administration. And because it's so popular, it's actually classified as a utility. And therefore, your antivirus probably won't pick it up as being some type of an infection. Now, the other aspect of VNC Trojans is that it's easy to do it. First of all, a lot of end users find out that IT folks are making their life easy by using this popular product. So they go out and do a Google search for VNC software. Have you ever done that before? Yes, you'll get a plethora of results or Bing results or whatever you're using as far as your search engine is concerned. Not all of them are going to be actually legitimate VNC products. It's because they've been modified by attackers in some cases or different software companies. There's real VNC, there's tight VNC, there's chicken of the VNC, but an end user may not understand what they're doing. So I, as an attacker, would go through and create my own VNC, which basically has a built-in backdoor, and they just install it for me. More than likely, they have administrative privileges on that system. So, yeah. Now, coming in at number 5, we have HTTPS Trojans. Man, I love technology. I love where we've come from. Back in the old days, we used to use some pretty archaic technologies in order to gain access to resources, in particular, email. Back in the day, we had something, at least Microsoft had, something called Outlook Web Access, which simply used HTTP and HTTPS that allowed me to then gain access to my email. And the technology they actually used was they created a tunnel, kind of like a VPN. And it uses port 80 and 443. Now, using these ports to create the tunnel, a security administrator or a security specialist will just simply see standard traffic or web browsing traffic. They have no idea that it's a tunnel. And once we get infected or we infect the target, the Trojan is executed on the target and spawns what we refer to as a child program. The child program simply appears to the firewall as legitimate HTTP requests. And in that request, it just simply says, "I'm ready," to the attacker. All this is going across port 80 and 443. Now, the kicker here is that the programs are relatively small. In fact, they are normally under 300 lines per file. On top of that, because the traffic is going across as port 80 or 443, it gets converted to what they refer to as a base 64 type structure. And it's given a value in a CGI string. So this way here, again, the attacker's commands are hidden from the security professional. And in most cases, security appliances. And the attacker can just simply use commands like get, and the get would be a command prompt of a shell. Now, these type of Trojans are also infecting other systems besides just PCs. As of late, we're seeing them on our mobile devices as well. Any device, really, that has access to the internet or uses a browser. Coming in at number 4, we've got command shell Trojans. Now, when it comes to command shell Trojans, these are basically a Trojan that installs a server on a target machine, which then in turns opens up a port for the attacker to connect to. And of course, once the attacker hits the client, he is actually given remote control of the command shell, hence the name Command Shell Trojan. One of the more popular command shell Trojans out there is called Netcat. Now, with Netcat, an attacker can actually open up a full telnet session to a shell on the target machine. And they can actually provide full DNS, reverse, and forward checking, as well as we can do this on any port. So they're able to transverse your environment. And we can also use something called slow-mo to stop suspicion from being raised. Slow-mo. Yeah, where you just checking your speakers. In slow-mo, we actually slow down the speed in which we send information back and forth. That way it makes it harder for security professionals and security appliances to figure out what's going on. This is very similar to using the paranoid mode in Nmap. If you go back and look at my course on ethical hacking and scanning, we talk about using Nmap and putting it into paranoid mode so that it isn't really noisy or loud on the network. There are a couple of new Trojans on the market that you also may want to pay attention to. One being DNS Messenger and GCAT. And of course, every single day we're seeing more and more Trojans appear. Next, we have what they refer to as document Trojans. When it comes to these type of Trojans, what we're doing is we're just simply embedding our Trojan inside of a document. And then we're going to send that document out, well, I don't know, via what, email? Hey, here's a new IRS form that the government needs you to fill out, or you're going to be penalized. See how that sounded official? Believe it or not, a high percentage of people would actually click on that email attachment. And of course, nothing is better than getting people to do the work for you. So if it's a really cool document, hopefully they're going to forward those documents on to their contacts for me, especially the funny ones. That's so funny. In fact, some of the biggest document Trojans out there exist in PDF documents. Folks, do me a favor. Do not open up PDF documents from people that you don't know or from emails you're not expecting. I know this is a big list of things that we have to remember not to do, which does interfere with our day-to-day productivity. It's rough, folks. I get it. Always ask yourself, am I expecting this document from this person? And probably one of the bigger Trojans out there is email-based Trojans. With these type of Trojans or these bad boys, they actually fire up as soon as you open up the email, and then they send commands back and forth via email. Yeah, using SMTP. And those commands can include things like, execute some apps or search for files or open files, as well as show me files on a system. Now, you may be saying, okay, Dale, that leads us to number one. What's the number one? Well, the number one Trojan out there is a rat. Yeah, he's all gangsta, huh? And he's about to come at me, bro. RAT is short for Remote Access Trojan, and there's several of them out there. And this is where we could go off for hours and hours and hours. From a historical point of view here, some of the most famous ones out there was one that was called Back Orifice, as well as NetBus. Today, most rats are actually custom made. In fact, most recently, rats allow the attackers to turn on the webcam of a victim. Think about that one for a minute. Sidebar, I do recommend folks buying a cover for your webcam, just as a precautionary mechanism. But believe it or not, there are actually forums out there where attackers are selling access to victims' bedrooms. Think about where your laptops are, your tablets, your phones. In fact, there was one user that advertised that they had over 100 compromised systems for sale, and they were selling them for $5 for female and $1 for male. So with a rat, what we're doing here is we're just, again, simply installing a smaller application on the target machine, which is actually referred to as a server side. And then the attacker just hits that server from the outside, and bam, Bob's your uncle. The attacker now has remote access where they can effectively have administrative controls, or they could raise privileges. They can implement a keylogger. And there are several pre-configured rats out there as well. Some of the more popular rats today, one is called NJRat. This bad boy allows attackers to activate webcams, log keystrokes, steal passwords from web browsers, as well as multiple desktop applications. It gives the attacker command line access, and it allows them to kill processes as well as manipulate different files. There's another one out there that just recently hit that's called Fatal Rat. This one allows attackers to disable Windows features to lock the computer using keyboard shortcuts, and collect information about the compromised system, such as security products that are running. It also allows for remote commands via a CNC server. So then at that point, the attacker can go through and perform other things like keylogging, execute a shell command, download an execution of a remote file, all kinds of fun things. Now, again, most of the rats, you'll see some similarities between them. They'll, again, allow you to do screen captures or camera captures, execute codes. We've talked about keylogging, file access, password sniffing, download and executing malware, as well as executing shell commands. That's the overall goal of rats, at least for the attacker's perspective. In most cases, this is the bare minimum of the features. So that's Dale's top 10, but I got some more I want to talk to you about. Now I know what you're thinking. Dale, please stop. Make the bad man go away. Sorry, we've got more to cover. Let's first talk about backdoor Trojans. This is actually a program that will go through and bypass most of the authentication products that you have in place, like an IDS or firewall. In these type of attacks, a black hat or a bad hacker uses a backdoor program to access the target system. Now, the difference between this type of malware and other types of malware is installation of the backdoor. It's typically done without the user's knowledge or recognize that it's being done. And this allows the attacker to perform all types of activities on the target, like transferring and modifying files, corrupting them, installing malicious software, rebooting the machines, all kinds of fun. Now, backdoor Trojans are often used to group victim computers together to create what we refer to, you've heard me talk about this in the past, botnets. We also refer to them as a zombie network, which can then be used against other targets. Now, I know what you're thinking, Dale, exactly what is the difference between a rat and a traditional backdoor? Well, a rat has a tail. No, I'm kidding. It has a user interface where a backdoor typically doesn't. Here's one that'll make your hair stand up on the back of your neck. It's been around for a long time and it's still very relevant. It's called Poison Ivy Rat. This is actually a kit. It's a Poison Ivy kit, if you want to think of it that way. It consists of a graphical user interface, and the backdoors are really small, like 10K in size. Yeah, try to find that one. Once the backdoor is executed, it copies itself to either the Windows folder or the Windows System 32 folder. The file name and the locations of where it's going to copy it, you actually get to choose as the creator of the backdoor. Now, there's some variations of Poison Ivy out there, which are capable of copying themselves into alternate data streams. Excuse me, did you hear what I said? Alternate data streams. Now, if you're not aware of these, make sure you go back to my ethical hacking course on system hacking and look at ADS. We can also use a registry entry for a backdoor, so it starts up every time the computer is booted up. Now, the server, when it connects to the client, can use the address that you've defined when you created that server part. And the communications between the server and the client is encrypted. Yeah, encrypted and compressed. Now, I'm not just picking on Poison Ivy. There are several backdoor Trojans out there, and the list could actually go on, but it's your job as a cybersecurity professional and expert to keep up with these types of backdoors as they appear in the wild. Now, one thing I'm sure of, we're probably all aware of how evil, bad, and wicked ransomware is. And if you're not, you definitely should be. This type of Trojan is extremely bad. It can do several things. It can obviously encrypt our files that are stored in our system, our hard drives, or simply just block the system or trick the user into thinking they need to pay. And this is typically done through a web interface or a web page that pops up with no bars or anything to give them an idea that it's a link that they're going to click on. And it tells them that their system has been encrypted. But has it been yet? In some cases, after they click, it downloads the ransomware and starts making systems useless, starting off with the system that clicked on the link and typically spreading quite quickly. Payments that are made are typically done in Bitcoin, which makes it really hard to track down an attacker. Or we used to say that. There's actually been some cases recently where companies paid the ransom and the government agencies were able to recover their Bitcoin payment, which really makes you kind of worry or wonder about, at least in the United States, how secure Bitcoin is. Now, how ransomware gets around is, as we just mentioned, sometimes we get pop-ups, other times we get them in email attachments. We'll see them on websites, sometimes legitimate websites that have been hacked, programs that have been infected, or apps that have been downloaded. And of course, many times ransomware can get through, and it propagates itself typically through vulnerabilities in our network services. And the same thing applies to ransomware as what we saw with the Trojans themselves. And we'll talk more about ransomware in another module. But there are, again, a plethora of ransomware products out there. Some of them that have been extremely devastating to companies, shipping companies in particular, oil refinery companies, transportation companies, medical industries, medical facilities. So yeah, want to keep your eye out for these. Another type of Trojans out there are e-banking Trojans. These type of Trojans are going to do exactly what you're thinking. They're extremely dangerous and are a significant threat when it comes to you banking online or anybody banking online. Normally, these types of Trojans are distributed through malicious email attachments, maybe pretending to be your bank, sometimes even advertisements on web pages. And they're designed to obviously go through and steal minimum and maximum monetary amounts. So they don't withdraw all the money from the account. I've actually seen some of these in action where they're programmed to steal the minimum and maximum amounts of money from an account to help avoid detection. They don't try to take all the money, just maybe $5 here and then $300 another day. Often these Trojans will create screenshots of bank account statements so the victim thinks there's no variation in his balance or it's not aware. And yeah, we email those statements to them as if we were the bank. Okay, Dale, exactly how does this work? It's not that fun. I know. But you need to be aware of this. As far as how this works, it's done with a couple of different technologies or concepts here. The first is what they refer to as a TAN grabber. TAN is short for a transactional authentication number. It's the single-use password for authenticating when you're getting online with your bank. Banking Trojans, if they're on the system, will intercept these valid TANs and replace them with random numbers. The bank then rejects those invalid random numbers. But in the meantime, the attacker misuses the intercepted TAN with the target's login details. We then have HTML injection, where the Trojan creates fake form fields on an e-banking page, which allows the attacker to gather information like credit card numbers, date of birth, which in turn allows the attacker to impersonate you. We have the form grabber themselves. This is a type of malware that captures the target's ID, passwords, from a web browser. This one is actually a little bit more advanced in its method. It looks at the post requests and responds to the victim's browser. Then there's the convert credential grabber. This malware remains dormant until actually the victim goes to their online banking site. And then it works in the background to replicate itself on a computer and edits the registry entries each time the computer is started. The Trojan then starts looking for cookie files. Yeah, you get cookies from your bank. I get suckers, but when you visit your bank website, you're going to get some cookies that store information like this computer is authorized to do your online banking. Once the user attempts to make the online transaction, the Trojan just works in the background to grab the login credentials and then sends it back to the attacker. So just like everything else we've seen when it comes to e-banking Trojans, there are several things that they can do to grab information, or different techniques that they can do. Key logging, they can do screen capturing, recording, perform man-in-the-middle attacks, mimic financial sites, all kinds of interesting things. So when you go to your financial institution's website and your machine is infected with one of these pieces of Trojans, don't bank on the fact that you're safe. See what I did there? I know what you're thinking. Dale, I can't take it anymore. Yeah, I've got more for you. You thought your phone was safe? Well, these Trojans are actually increasing. And the reason behind this is because obviously everyone's using a phone, right? And it's not just phones, it's tablets. And they're increasing at a lightning speed because, again, these devices are becoming more and more prevalent. An attacker can actually trick victims into installing malicious applications, or again, we call it side loading in the Android side. That's where we load applications that we've downloaded from, I don't know, a torrent. I like picking on torrents as if you can't tell, but we get a APK file and we load it outside of the store. Well, how do you know that APK file? Yeah, it's got the application, but what else does it have in it? Or maybe it's just a malicious link. Again, install this app, but it's not available on the Apple Store or any legitimate Android store. So, yeah. And these Trojans are obviously there to perform various types of attacks because when you think about it, well, let's pause for a second here. What kind of information is on your phone? Yeah, that's crazy, huh? So we're going to go through, and it's a target that's amazing for attackers because I can take bank credentials, social networking credentials. I can get data off your phone. How about this one? How about if I just encrypt your phone? Yeah, or I lock it. In fact, we're, yes, starting to see ransomware for mobile devices. I'm waiting for ransomware to come out for our cars or vehicles. Can you imagine that? Think about having a $60,000 Tesla brick in your driveway. Okay, I digress. But I do want to talk to you about one particular family of Trojans. It's called the Basbanki. I don't know, is the E silent? Is it just Basbank? It runs on Android. It was identified back in 2018 during the Brazilian elections. And it made its way through the Google Play Store. It was a banking Trojan. It would go through and do a lot of the stuff that we see Trojans do, like key logging, screen recording, SMS interception. Yeah, that's text messaging. Theft of credit card information. And initially, they tricked the users into downloading it by taking out advertisements on WhatsApp and Facebook messages. But it was installed on something called CleanDroid Android app, where it was, designed, or the app said it was going to go through and clean up your system. Yeah, it did that, but it also installed this nasty little bugger. Now, we also have full courses coming up on mobile as well as IoT devices and security, but I do want to talk about the Trojans for them right now. And then you're thinking, wait a minute, Dale, IoT, Trojans are getting in there? Yep, they sure can. And if you don't believe me, there's actually an unnamed Las Vegas casino that, are you ready for this? The attackers exploited a vulnerability in a thermostat in a fish tank. After they got in, they were able to access the high rollers database of their gamblers. And then they uploaded all that data to the cloud where they were able to gain access to that information. Now, I'm not sure if I'm more scared or impressed by that attack vector. But again, these type of Trojans are designed to attack even dedicated networks for IoT. It's extremely important when it comes to IoT that we segment off those particular networks. And I would even say segment it off physically. We've even seen some of the Trojans out there that will actually have these IoT devices join a botnet to attack other systems outside of the IoT network that they're on. Now, just quickly here, in order to stop IoT Trojans, obviously we need to be using some type of anti-Trojan software and updating usernames and passwords on our IoT devices. That's how most of the attackers are getting in, is because of default username and passwords are being used in the production environment. Now, there are several different types of Trojans out there. And again, this list will continue to change. You don't need to know the names of each and every one of these. Just understand that there are Trojans out there for IoT. Okay, let's take a quick minute. I want to review some things. This isn't our normal learning check, but I want to make sure that you understand that there are all types of Trojans. I told you that we could spend weeks going through and talking about them. And we've talked about the important ones here in this particular course. And hopefully by the names of them, you can kind of understand what the Trojans are designed to do. For example, point of sale Trojans. Yep, they go on point of sale devices like registers, credit card machines. Again, there's things that are designed, or Trojans that are designed to deface a system or an interface. There are Trojans that are designed to be destructive, all kinds. Denial service attack type Trojans. But the important thing here is to know that Trojans don't operate the same way as viruses and worms. And that's why I did mention ransomware here. Technically, ransomware would be considered a virus or a worm, depending on how it's transmitted, because a Trojan normally does not self-replicate. So it needs to be installed by a valid user. But in some cases, we see ransomware it's a one-off. It just hits a particular machine because the user executed it. So that's why I talked about it here. But we'll revisit it. You know what? Let's put on our evil hats for a second and go in and create our own Trojan. I'm going to go through and actually create a backdoor Trojan using something called the Fat Rat. So here I am back on my Kali box, and I've installed Fat Rat. I guess maybe I should specify this ahead of time. It does not come as a pre-built-in application for Kali. You have to go through and do the installation. It's relatively simple and easy. You can find it on GitHub. And basically, Fat Rat is designed to be an overall front end for several different products. But the main front end is for Metasploit, which is going to include things like MSF Venom and some of their other tools. So I'm going to just simply type in here to run Fat Rat. Now, I'm getting this error here because this system is not hooked up to the internet. And yep, there's my additional error. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter to continue. It's going to go through and make sure that all the prerequisites are installed. And you can see some of the prerequisites. Again, this is a product that's just a front end for several of those tools. Now, they give us a warning here. Don't upload your executable or whatever file you have to VirusTotal, because that's going to defeat the purpose, right? VirusTotal will then have a copy of that checksum, and then eventually antivirus solutions will also have a copy and know about your Trojan. So I'm going to go ahead and hit enter here to continue. And let's see, it shows me here that the Metasploit service isn't running, so it's waiting for PostgreSQL to fire up. Looks like it's now fired up. I'm going to go ahead and hit enter. And I should get the nice little menu here for Fat Rat. Boom, there we go. Let's scroll back up here so you can see. Oh yeah, look, little Fat Rat. Now, from here, you can see that I've got several different options as far as what type of Trojans I'd like to create. I'm going to go ahead and just select I'd like to create a backdoor with MSF Venom. So I'm going to select number 1, and I'm going to hit enter. And then it goes through and gives me a plethora. Man, that's multiple times in this course. Options here, but I want you to pause for a second and look at the possibilities and put on your evil hat. Yeah, look at that. There's an APK file for an Android device. There's PHP, there's Python, Bash, Perl, a document, a Word document that's not a macro attack. Are you kidding me? You know what? Let's go ahead and let's do a PHP one. So I'm going to hit number 5, hit enter, and then it says, okay, obviously Metasploit needs the L host or the listening host as well as the listening port to be able to work. And again, this is just a front end for it. So I'm going to type in my default. It's really nice because they actually show you what your IP address is for the machine that you're on. A lot of times we forget that. It's kind of a nifty little reminder here. So I'm going to go ahead and type in, whoops, not 20, 10. Hit enter. It then says, what's the port? Let's just use port 8080. I'm going to hit enter. And it says, what's the base name for the output file? So let's just call it payload. It goes through, creates my little monster. This is where you can insert your evil laugh if you'd like. And it tells me here that it created a PHP payload for me. And it's located in my FatRat generated directory inside of the root directory. And then, of course, it's just called payload.php. I'm going to go ahead and enter. And it takes me back to the main menu. So all I have to do now at this point is to deploy, right? All I have to do is fire up Metasploit to be listening in the background. And again, I'm going to be in your systems in no time flat. Okay, let's check our learnings. So which type of Trojan was extremely prevalent on educational, government, and healthcare companies? Yeah, botnet, because of the number of systems that are there in one place. If I told you that I got infected with a Trojan because of a PDF that I received via email, what type of a Trojan is that? Yep, that's a document Trojan. Now, I asked you a question earlier about the difference between a rat and a backdoor. Do you remember what that was? No? Yes, that's true. A rat has a tail. But it's the fact that there are no interfaces on the back doors. We don't see a GUI interface. And a Trojan that uses port 443 to tunnel, what kind of a Trojan is that? Yep, that's a HTTP, in this case, S Trojan. If it uses port 80, it's just a standard HTTP. And then I asked you the question of what was the difference between a Trojan and a worm or a virus? Why isn't it categorized there? Do you remember why? Right, because it typically doesn't self-replicate. Okay, speaking of worms and viruses, get ready. That's where we're heading next. The next piece of malware we're going to take a look at are viruses and worms. Now, I know these are probably the most common pieces of malware that we get, or I should say that they're mostly talked about. And many times these viruses and worms do some really interesting things. You know, Oscar Wilde once made the statement of, to expect the unexpected shows a thoroughly modern intellect. So as a security professional, we need to expect the unexpected. There's a lot of confusion when we talk about viruses and worms, so I'm going to try to clear some of these up for us. Let's talk about the differences. So what is the difference between a virus and a worm? Well, in order to look at these, we need to go through and compare what they're designed to do. And some people might say that you're comparing apples to apples, and they're really close to each other. When it comes to a virus, what you need to understand is that a virus is just simply, again, what we've said in the past, and that is it's a piece of malware, but it's designed to execute. And when it executes, it likes to attach itself or associate itself to a file or program. Now, those files and programs could almost be any file or program, but as a virus creator, I'd probably want to make sure that the virus executes every time the operating system fires up. So many times the creator will go through and make sure to replace it with system files so that every time the operating system boots up, we make sure that the machine is infected. Now, we can also infect other types of files. Like, for example, I could make a virus attach itself to Word. But again, that virus would only become active once the application was actually launched. Now, when it comes to a virus, one of the biggest differences between a virus and a worm is that in order to execute, it requires some type of human interaction. And when you think about it, isn't that the case with real viruses? You don't get sick unless you come in contact with somebody that has a virus. Now, how do we get in contact? Well, typically, viruses are transmitted via downloads. I've given the warning before in other courses, and even in this course, and I'll give it to you folks again because I'm a big proponent of this, and that is, do not download programs, no matter how cool you think they are, or maybe how bad you want them, unless it's coming from the manufacturer. This would include videos, movies, music. I'm hoping you're watching this course from Pluralsight, but you could also get them or transmit them via different types of drives. Like, for example, most are done by USB drives. This goes back to the classic USB drop, where again, we drop a USB in a parking lot or in a hallway and have, or hope, somebody plugs it in. And maybe there's a file on it that says top secret don't run.doc. And when they open it up from the USB, we infect that machine. Now, back in the old days, this was actually done with floppy drives. And for those of you that are too young to remember floppy drives, we had media that held a whopping 1.4 megabyte of data. Sidebar, my wife still thinks to this day, or she gets confused, she thought that the 3.5-inch floppy drive, because it had an outer plastic case, well, she actually considered it a hard drive versus a 5.25-inch floppy drive, which was actually floppy. But a better way of transmitting, a more productive way of getting our viruses out, is through social media or emails, posting things on social media sites that directs a user to a website that has malicious code injected in them. If you aren't familiar with that, I highly recommend checking out our security courses here at Pluralsight about malicious sites. But the email could also just include an attachment. So that's our definition of a virus. Now, when it comes to a worm, again, there's some very strong similarities to them. They will still want to attach themselves, but it'll copy itself and replicate all on its own. It doesn't require any human interaction. We humans too dumb. It'll just execute by itself. So if one machine in your environment gets infected, it'll start working its way throughout your environment or your network environment. And typically it does this through what we refer to as vulnerabilities. It starts looking for vulnerabilities within your network. Now, as far as transportation or the transmission of a worm, yes, we will enter the environment via the same techniques as a virus, but once we're inside the worm itself, because it's automated, wow, this is starting to sound more like Skynet all the time, isn't it? But it uses our standard file transport mechanisms and features to hook into multiple systems. Let me give you an example. Probably one of the most devastating worms that was out there was a worm that was called SQL Slammer. Slammer was actually presented back in 2002 as a proof of concept vulnerability. Microsoft actually released a patch for it about 6 months later. But the problem is that a lot of IT folks didn't apply the patches, because back in those days, we sometimes got updates by Microsoft that actually ended up creating problems for us. There was actually a service pack back in the Windows NT days that would format the drive in a particular situation. Wasn't any fun. And there's also the issue that we have lazy IT folks that just didn't think patching was as important back then as it is today. Now, SQL Slammer actually created a denial service attack, and it slowed down the internet traffic as a whole. What it attacked was Microsoft SQL, both the server and desktop engine databases. Now, this particular worm didn't affect a whole lot of home users, just because of the fact that not everybody is running SQL on their home PC. But here's what's crazy. In about 10 minutes, SQL Server infected over 75,000 machines, or I should say systems. Now, I mentioned earlier that SQL Slammer was a denial of service. It slowed down the internet, right? Now, the reason for this slowdown was because it caused routers to be flooded with traffic from infected servers. And normally when a router gets a lot of traffic, the router is supposed to go through and delay or even temporarily stop network traffic. But instead, the routers actually crashed. And then a neighboring router would notice that these other routers had stopped, and they would update their routing tables. So the routers started sending notices to other routers that they knew about. And because these routing tables were being updated so fast as the nodes became infected, it caused additional routers to fail again. Now, this thing was extremely bad, as I mentioned before. In Portugal, about 300,000 cable modems went out. I think South Korea just basically went black. There was no cell phone or internet service for over 25 million people, and 5 of the internet's 13 routing name servers actually went down. So yeah, websites stopped responding. ATM machines went down. Airline ticket systems went down. And to make things worse, at least for those of us in the United States, it hit at about 12:30 a.m. Eastern time. You know, when a lot of people were up. Again, this was back in 2003, where we didn't necessarily have IT folks on staff 24/7. And here's the kicker. 30 minutes later, the number of infections actually ended up doubling every 8 seconds. So again, 30 minutes later, yeah, like I said, 75,000 systems were infected. Still to this day, it is considered the fastest worm in history. If anything, I think maybe this is when companies started to take a really close look at security, or at least how to protect themselves with patches. So in my book, yeah, viruses and worms are the scourge of modern computing. There are thousands and thousands of worms and viruses being created monthly. And some of the effects, besides denial of service that we just talked about with SQL Slammer, include things like infecting other programs, altering data, transforming itself. We're going to talk about that a little bit later on here. Corrupting files, encrypting itself, and replicating itself. In fact, if you look at these characteristics and think about another piece of malware we've talked about, but we're going to talk about more in depth here, ransomware. All the attackers did was change it so that they weren't just denying service or spreading like crazy with no financial benefit. If we could encrypt and demand payment, then that just means more money, at least for the attackers. Let's take a look at some of the different types of viruses and worms. Now, again, I get to use my favorite word, especially when it comes to dealing with multiple options. And that is definitely what you can say here, that there's a plethora of viruses and worms. In fact, we're going to see them come at us with different avenues and different aspects. I often think of the phrase, "Daddy, make the bad man go away," when I start to see all these things, because they come at you at different angles and they do different things. And in some cases, it's really hard to stop. So first off, we have what they refer to as just the standard file virus. Now, these viruses execute off of a file that they've attached themselves to. So there are a ton of these different types of viruses that are out in the wild. Now, typically the file viruses are going to target files such as executables or COMs. And based on how they attack or attach themselves, can determine how we categorize them. For example, we have what they refer to as a prepending file virus, which writes themselves to the beginning of the host file. We also have pending, which I'm sure you can figure out based off what we just described prepending, the characteristics of this type of virus. We also have what they refer to as overwriting, which basically overwrites the host code with its own code. And then there's also one that's called inserting, which the virus code itself injects inside of the gaps within the host file code. And again, most of these types of files will target themselves specifically at host operating system files. Tell me more, Dale. Okay, take it easy there. There's also what they refer to as a cluster virus. This is a virus that doesn't actually change the target file or put any information inside the file. Instead, it just goes through and modifies the directory information. And by doing that, the entry points to the virus code instead and so that the entry points to the virus code instead of the actual program itself. But Dale, what about boot sector? Yeah, I know. They're actually what they refer to as boot sector viruses. So most operating systems get divided into different areas. We refer to them as sectors. And that's actually where we store our applications, or I should say the programs for the operating system. Now, most common is the MBR, or the master boot record. And how I envision the MBR is similar back in the day when I would go to the library to find a book. I would go to this big, huge box of drawers, and inside these drawers, they had index cards. Anybody remember the Dewey Decimal System? Yeah, this is one place technology really did help us out. But I would go there and I would say, I'm looking for a book on, UFOs. And all the books would be listed on index cards, one for each book in the library. And so I would find an index card for a book that's called The Structural Analysis of ET. And it could be found in section 104.5. And you would then go to section 104 in the library and look for the book in the .5 section. Now, that's similar to what the MBR does. It actually tracks everything on the hard disk. And here's the kicker. If I can infect or destroy the boot sector, say goodbye to your data. Now, the DOS boot sector, or DBR, is executed whenever the operating system turns on or boots up. And again, this could be another place that we could send an attack. And based off of this, I could infect your boot sector with a virus code. So with a boot sector virus, we actually moved the MBR to a different location altogether and replaced it with our own version. After the virus code executes, because it's in the master boot record, it passed on to where we would move to the MBR2. So the operating system would continue to launch, but the whole time the OS was actually infected. Now, another type of virus are called macro viruses. Now, macro viruses are actually using an application such as Excel. In Microsoft Remember Excel? Word. Everyone ever build a macro in Excel? Or how about in Microsoft Word? We can actually infect these applications by replacing, in the best case scenario, or for an attacker, is if I could get a hold of your normal.doc file, or it's actually DOT file. This is the default template for Word documents. So every time you created a new Word document, my macro would be there. And then, of course, how it spread would be through email, because I would just simply send you an email, not knowing that my macro virus was there, but my Word document was, my resume, so that you could help me update it. You open it up on your end, the macro runs, and boom, Bob's your uncle. I'm in as an attacker. And you would go through and open it up, and boom, another one bites the dust. Now, just a side note here, believe it or not, the Windows Help system, or the help files, can also contain macro viruses. But most of the macro viruses that we see today are actually being transmitted via a particular extension for documents that everyone uses, right? PDFs. So yeah, where you get your PDF from. Another type of virus that is out there, we refer to it as a polymorphic virus. Ooh, that kind of sounds scary. Well, it kind of is a little scary. In fact, you might see something about this type of virus in your immediate future. Wink, wink, hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Those of you who don't know, that's my hint that something in your immediate future, I'm not allowed to tell you what may or may not be on the exam, but you definitely will probably see something concerning polymorphic viruses. So break out your notepads. These typically will actually modify their code on their own, so they avoid detection. Now, usually this mutation is executed by what they refer to as a polymorphic engine. We also call it a mutation engine, or even a mutating engine. Now, to deal with these mutating engines, you should see Dr. Xavier. Yeah, there's just way too many jokes here for us. Come on, you were thinking the same thing, weren't you? This engine is actually used to change the encryption module and instruction sequence. And so it's always changing, which makes it harder for antivirus products to discover zero-type viruses. Now, if polymorphic doesn't scare you, then maybe you should take a look at metamorphic. With a metamorphic viruses, these actually go through and rewrite themselves completely each time they infect a new file. These bad boys will actually go through and reprogram themselves by taking their own code, translating them to a temporary representation, and then back to normal code again. One of the most popular ones out there was one called Smealy, and it was written in assembly language. 90% of its code got rewritten every time it hit a different machine. So yeah, there were a bazillion, I'm sure that's a number, bazillion? May have to Google that one, renditions of this type of virus. There was another one out there that was called Zmist. This particular one used a technique that was called code injection, where the code inserted itself into other code and then regenerated the code and rebuilt the executable. Talk about a smart virus. We also have what they refer to as cavity viruses. Some folks will actually call them file overwriting viruses as well. Now, these type of viruses are known as space fillers. And what they do is that they would take a document. Let's say the document was 1.5 megabyte in size. Maybe it's a Word document. The virus would go through and overwrite the host file with consistent null statements. And it would do this without increasing the length of the file. So the virus was able to then install itself technically in the unoccupied space without destroying any of the original code. These type of viruses are also very difficult to write, therefore we don't see them out in the wild that much. Now we also have something called encryption viruses. And yep, you can pretty much guess what these things will do, right? So with these types of viruses, each of the infected files that get hit with the virus is encrypted using different combination of keys. And because they're encrypted, it's not possible for an antivirus scanner to directly detect the virus via what they refer to as a signature of the virus because it's encrypted. Now, there's also associated with these viruses a decrypting module. So even if you might find a decrypting module, the files that have already been encrypted, you probably won't get a hold of. Another type of virus is referred to as a camouflage. Whoa. Oh, the word was just there for a second. Now I don't see anything. That's weird. A camouflage virus is kind of a tricky one. What we do is that it's based off the understanding of how operating systems work. Let's say, for example, that you had a file that was called notepad.exe. Well, a camouflage virus would go and make a copy of the executable and give it a COM extension. And of course, the file would be infected with the virus itself. You know, a little sidebar here. I got a trivia question for you. Ready? If I have 3 different files and I give them all the same name, we're just going to call it batman.com. We have batman.bat, which is a batch program, and batman.exe. If I was to open up a command prompt and just type in Batman without the extension, which one executes? Well, if you're an old DOS dog mutt like me, you know that the COM is executed first, followed by any batch file, and then, of course, by an executable. So by renaming word.exe or creating a copy of that, and we call it word.com, do you see what's going to happen here if somebody just types in Word? Okay, we also have what they refer to as shell viruses. What a shell virus is that its virus code forms a shell around the actual program code, making itself the original program, and the host code as a subroutine. Then we have what they refer to as tunneling viruses. Sometimes people refer to these as stealth viruses. These viruses hide themselves from antivirus programs by hiding the original size of the file or possibly temporarily placing a copy of itself in some other drive in the system. So these viruses will go through and hide modifications that it makes. It takes control of the system function that reads and writes files and system sectors so that the antivirus product can't identify them. We also have a virus that's referred to as a file extension virus. These things get a bit tricky. In fact, I think maybe it's better to show you. So let's jump out to a demo and take a look at file extensions. Let's take a look at some of the different types of viruses and worms. Now, again, I get to use my favorite word, especially when it comes to dealing with multiple options. And that is definitely what you can say here, that there's a plethora of viruses and worms. In fact, we're going to see them come at us with different avenues and different aspects. I often think of the phrase, "Daddy, make the bad man go away," when I start to see all these things, because they come at you at different angles and they do different things. And in some cases, it's really hard to stop. So first off, we have what they refer to as just the standard file virus. Now, these viruses execute off of a file that they've attached themselves to. So there are a ton of these different types of viruses that are out in the wild. Now, typically the file viruses are going to target files such as executables or COMs, and based on how they attack or attach themselves can determine how we categorize them. For example, we have what they refer to as a prepending file virus, which writes themselves to the beginning of the host file. We also have pending, which I'm sure you can figure out based off what we just described prepending, the characteristics of this type of virus. We also have what they refer to as overwriting, which basically overwrites the host code with its own code. And then there's also one that's called inserting, which the virus code itself injects inside of the gaps within the host file code. And again, most of these types of files will target themselves specifically at host operating system files. Tell me more, Dale. Okay, take it easy there. There's also what they refer to as a cluster virus. This is a virus that doesn't actually change the target file or put any information inside the file. Instead, it just goes through and modifies the directory information. And by doing that, the entry points to the virus code instead, and so that the entry points to the virus code instead of the actual program itself. But Dale, what about boot sector? Yeah, I know. They're actually what they refer to as boot sector viruses. So most operating systems get divided into different areas. We refer to them as sectors. And that's actually where we store our applications, or I should say the programs for the operating system. Now, most common is the MBR, or the master boot record. And how I envision the MBR is similar back in the day when I would go to the library to find a book. I would go to this big, huge box of drawers, and inside these drawers, they had index cards. Anybody remember the Dewey Decimal System? Yeah, this is one place technology really did help us out. But I would go there and I would say, I'm looking for a book on, well, I don't know, UFOs. And all the books would be listed on index cards, one for each book in the library. And so I would find an index card for a book that's called The Structural Analysis of ET. And it could be found in section 104.5. And you would then go to section 104 in the library and look for the book in the .5 section. Now, that's similar to what the MBR does. It actually tracks everything on the hard disk. And here's the kicker. If I can infect or destroy the boot sector, say goodbye to your data. Now, the DOS boot sector, or DBR, is executed whenever the operating system turns on or boots up. And again, this could be another place that we could send an attack. And based off of this, I could infect your boot sector with a virus code. So with a boot sector virus, we actually moved the MBR to a different location altogether and replaced it with our own version. After the virus code executes, because it's in the master boot record, it passed on to where we would move to the MBR2. So the operating system would continue to launch, but the whole time the OS was actually infected. Now, another type of virus are called macro viruses. Now, macro viruses are actually using an application such as Excel. In Microsoft
Remember
Excel,
Word?
everyone ever build a macro in Excel? Or how about in Microsoft Word? We can actually infect these applications by replacing, in the best case scenario, or for an attacker, is if I could get a hold of your normal.doc file, or it's actually DOT file. This is the default template for Word documents. So every time you created a new Word document, my macro would be there. And then, of course, how it spread would be through email, because I would just simply send you an email, not knowing that my macro virus was there, but my Word document was, I don't know, my resume, so that you could help me update it. You open it up on your end, the macro runs, and boom, Bob's your uncle. I'm in as an attacker. And you would go through and open it up, and boom, another one bites the dust. Now, just a side note here, believe it or not, the Windows Help System, or the help files, can also contain macro viruses. But most of the macro viruses that we see today are actually being transmitted via a particular extension for documents that everyone uses, right? PDFs. So yeah, where you get your PDF from. Another type of virus that is out there, we refer to it as a polymorphic virus. Ooh, that kind of sounds scary. Well, it kind of is a little scary. In fact, you might see something about this type of virus in your immediate future. Wink, wink, hint, hint, nudge, nudge. Those of you who don't know, that's my hint, that something in your immediate future, I'm not allowed to tell you what may or may not be on the exam, but you definitely will probably see something concerning polymorphic viruses. So break out your notepads. These typically will actually modify their code on their own so they avoid detection. Now, usually this mutation is executed by what they refer to as a polymorphic engine. We also call it a mutation engine, or even a mutating engine. Now, to deal with these mutating engines, you should see Dr. Xavier. Yeah, there's just way too many jokes here for us. Come on, you were thinking the same thing, weren't you? This engine is actually used to change the encryption module and instruction sequence. And so it's always changing, which makes it harder for antivirus products to discover zero-type viruses. Now, if polymorphic doesn't scare you, then maybe you should take a look at metamorphic. With the metamorphic viruses, these actually go through and rewrite themselves completely each time they infect a new file. These bad boys will actually go through and reprogram themselves by taking their own code, translating them to a temporary representation, and then back to normal code again. One of the most popular ones out there was one called Smealy, and it was written in assembly language. 90% of its code got rewritten every time it hit a different machine. So yeah, there were a bazillion, I'm sure that's a number, bazillion? I have to Google that one, renditions of this type of virus. There was another one out there that was called Zmist. This particular one used a technique that was called code injection, where the code inserted itself into other code and then regenerated the code and rebuilt the executable. Talk about a smart virus. We also have what they refer to as cavity viruses. Some folks will actually call them file overwriting viruses as well. Now, these type of viruses are known as space fillers. And what they do is that they would take a document. Let's say the document was 1.5 megabyte in size. Maybe it's a Word document. The virus would go through and overwrite the host file with consistent null statements. And it would do this without increasing the length of the file. So the virus was able to then install itself technically in the unoccupied space without destroying any of the original code. These type of viruses are also very difficult to write. Therefore, we don't see them out in the wild that much. Now, we also have something called encryption viruses. And yep, you can pretty much guess what these things will do, right? So with these types of viruses, each of the infected files that get hit with the virus is encrypted using different combination of keys. And because they're encrypted, it's not possible for an antivirus scanner to directly detect the virus via what they refer to as a signature of the virus, because it's encrypted. Now, there's also associated with these viruses a decrypting module. So even if you might find a decrypting module, the files that have already been encrypted, you probably won't get a hold of. Another type of virus is referred to as a camouflage. Whoa. Well, the word was just there for a second. Now I don't see anything. That's weird. A camouflage virus is kind of a tricky one. What we do is that it's based off the understanding of how operating systems work. Let's say, for example, that you had a file that was called notepad.exe. Well, a camouflage virus would go and make a copy of the executable and give it a COM extension. And of course, the file would be infected with the virus itself. You know, little sidebar here. I got a trivia question for you. Ready? If I have 3 different files and I give them all the same name, we're just going to call it batman.com. We have batman.bat, which is a batch program, and batman.exe. If I was to open up a command prompt and just type in Batman without the extension, which one executes? Well, if you're an old DOS dog mutt like me, you know that the COM is executed first, followed by any batch file, and then, of course, by an executable. So by renaming word.exe or creating a copy of that, and we call it word.com. Do you see what's going to happen here if somebody just types in word? Okay, we also have what they refer to as shell viruses. What a shell virus is that its virus code forms a shell around the actual program code, making itself the original program, and the host code as a subroutine. Then we have what they refer to as tunneling viruses. Sometimes people refer to these as stealth viruses. These viruses hide themselves from antivirus programs by hiding the original size of the file or possibly temporarily placing a copy of itself in some other drive in the system. So these viruses will go through and hide modifications that it makes. It takes control of the system function that reads and writes files and system sectors so that the antivirus product can't identify them. We also have a virus that's referred to as a file extension virus. These things get a bit tricky. In fact, I think maybe it's better to show you. So let's jump out to a demo and take a look at file extensions. So we're just going to jump out to a standard machine, and I want to explain to you how file extension viruses work, how they get past us. Okay, so I'm just here on my own host machine, and I've created a folder called Demo Folder. Now, this has to deal with the aspect of how Windows, by default, displays files. So I'm going to come in here real quick. Let's create a new document. I'm just going to create a new text document, and I'm going to call it Batman. And you'll notice that in my particular case, because I've changed the way that Windows displays my extension, it shows the text file, right? It's an actual text file. But the default for Windows, when you first install, if I come here, actually, let me just do it for this section here. I'm going to come in and select to not show the file extension. This is the default after you install Windows on a system. Drives me crazy. Because obviously, what if I did this? In fact, here, let me change the view back so we can see what's happening here. What if this was actually a VB script? Are you starting to think about what's going to happen here? Yeah, if I go back and do the default view, hey, it looks like it's just a text file. Oh, you know what? In fact, let's do this. Let's change it to a JPEG. Well, now it's a picture, right? Now it's still a VB script. And don't worry, I could actually change the icon on the file as well. In fact, here, I'm going to make it really enticing to you. You're going to want to click on this in a swimsuit. See, a lot of people would want to click on this because they would think it was Batman in a swimsuit. So you want to know what the countermeasure is for this? It's simply this. Go through on your systems. This can be done through a group policy if you'd like. Go into view and make sure that you deselect hide extensions for known file types and hit OK. Now you can see it's a VB script. Thanks, Microsoft. I know. It drives me crazy too. What's a life cycle of malware? Well, this is in the aspect of looking at what happens throughout the whole process, at least from the perspective of the malware creator. It's alive! Just like any good little monster, it's going to go through some phases or stages. And in this life cycle, we typically start off with the creation of the virus. Now, anyone who has any type of programming knowledge is capable of creating a type of virus or worm. In fact, if you don't have that skill set, you can also use some really cool tools that our script kiddies use. They're called construction sets. The next stage in the life cycle is then the replication of the virus, meaning that we need to get it into the target machine. How do we plan on doing that and make sure it gets implemented? Well, that's what we need to figure out at this stage. The next stage is when somebody goes, oh, crap, and they discover that something's on their system or something's causing their machine to act a little different or funny. We also refer to this as the discovery stage. Once we go through the discovery stage, we then have the resolution stage. And this is typically done by the manufacturer of antivirus products because they'll go through and try to create different types of defenses against the virus. And then, of course, they deploy those out. And this leads us down to the purging stage. It's during this stage that we actually get rid of the virus itself. And again, the whole process starts all over because we're going to go through and create another virus. At least this is what attackers typically will do. They take what they've learned and improve on what they've seen as their weaknesses. Now, as far as the virus itself is concerned, once we get to the replication and discovery section, we actually have two phases. I know I'm not talking about nifty space guns. I didn't say phasers. I'm talking about, first we have what they refer to as the infection phase. And several different things happen during this phase. First of all, the virus goes through and replicates itself and attaches itself to targeted files and programs that we specified when we created it. It then goes through and needs some way of implementing themselves. So we have what they refer to as an event that's needed. And those events can include anything from, for example, maybe it fires off when somebody installs an application. If I can infect the startup files, that'd be kind of a good one, don't you think? So every time they install a program, the virus got reinstalled. Or how about the setup files? Every time they reinstall an application, it just got reinstalled itself. This is extremely prominent right now in the pirating world because, hey, you download a piece of software, you're going to install it, and I'm going to inject you with my virus. You may think something's wrong with your machine, maybe even format the machine, start over. But again, people have this tendency of trying to reuse that pirated software. Other things we might try to implement besides the setup, I mentioned the startup files, which again goes through and modifies certain sections of the registry to make sure that the virus is activated every time it starts up. And of course, we also have an old school trick, but it's still viable. And it's creating what they refer to as a TSR, or a terminate and stay ready, which basically is where we hide the virus inside of RAM. And it just executes or waits for a trigger. But it's inside of our RAM, which means it's volatile. If the system turns off, it disappears. So we need some way of reloading that back into the system. In fact, there are some viruses out there that you would reboot the machine and it would just get, which is basically where we hide the virus inside of memory and then it just executes or waits for a trigger. But again, it's waiting in RAM, so it would disappear if you did a clean boot, meaning boot off of a CD. You wouldn't see it, think your machine is fine, reboot your machine, and I would just load right back up again. Now, the attack phase is where we actually see things like corruption take place. During the attack phase, the virus executes and then does some things to encrypt our files, such as deleting them completely, or maybe even going through and saying, find all the JPEGs and whack them, or find all the COM files and delete those. Anything I can do to make the system unstable. I might also have it go through and alter the file contents. We talked about this with some of the different types of viruses, where they hide themselves inside of a file, or better yet, I just changed the file content, which could actually result in the system slowing down because the operating system doesn't understand how to handle the modified files. We could also go through and do something like executing tasks. Now, this is in reference to having tasks performed that aren't related to the application. Maybe we could have images start to show, whoa, what's going on here? Obviously, the unexpected can happen, and it's a good point that an infection has actually taken place, meaning that the application does something that it's not designed to do. And of course, we also have camouflage, which we've already talked about. This is where the virus goes and hides itself so it can't be detected. In fact, there's actually some better viruses out there that have been written so that they don't actually execute until they have spread as thoroughly as they can throughout your environment or throughout a host machine. And then they all execute at the same time. Now, I've got to go see what's causing my issues. Let's talk about the signs and why. For some reason, when I hear signs, I break out into chorus, signs everywhere. There's signs blocking out the scenery and breaking my mind. Okay, if that's really old school for some of you, I apologize. But let's talk about what are some of the signs that you've been infected. Well, we actually might seeing some issues when it comes to drives. Or better yet, your hard drive may be flashing, or the hard drive may be showing activity and nothing's happening. With everything going solid state, we don't have the luxury like we used to have, where we would hear our floppy drives start kicking in automatically. Even though there was no floppy disk inside of the drive, that was a great indication that you had been infected. We also might see that we have video issues, either not seeing what you expect or possibly just your display looking bizarre. Another system would be memory filling up so that the system slows way down, and in some cases creating vulnerabilities or even exploits. Another sign would be that your applications are running slow. This would include your operating system. File names could start being renamed strange and bizarre characters, as well as the system just locking up on you all the time. I should say all the time, more often than not. You might see files and folders start to disappear. And of course, we've talked about this before, but unwanted pop-ups and advertisements coming at you. And you might actually also see you losing hard drive space, or it's being chewed up by something. So now we know some of the signs. The next question is why? Why in the world do attackers create viruses and worms? Well, the answer to this, I think it goes back to the adage of why people climb mountains or Everest. It's because it's there. I don't get it personally, but I know a lot of people want to achieve something. But there's also them just wanting to inflict damage on competitors, as well as vandalize intellectual property that we might see on the internet, by defacing a website or engaging in cyber terrorism. Something we've been seeing a lot lately is because of political issues that are out there. We're wanting to distribute political messages or stand for something. Attackers thinking that by destroying or affecting some company's network infrastructure, they're somehow bringing attention to their cause. Typically, it's always a negative message, to be honest. I think there's better ways to protest. And of course, there's some financial benefits, especially when it comes to things like, ransomware, which is basically a form of viruses and worms. So let's move on to deployment. Is the virus real? Is it real? Is it fake? Does it matter? Well, that really does depend on your victim. And what I mean by this is sometimes we get email messages that say something like this. Hey, your computer is probably infected with the virus. In turn, you have spread this virus to all your friends, family, coworkers just by sending them email. Please read and pass this on to anyone whom you've sent an email since September 11th. Now, this was actually an email that people received that is referred to as the Baby New Year virus. It was totally fake. But obviously, what did they play on here? Well, when it comes to hoaxes, all the attacker is trying to do is play on fear. And in this case here, the fear was surrounding a date, September 11th. That date is significant inference for those of us who live in the United States and even worldwide. But a fake virus is just simply that. It's fake. It's a bluff. It may be trying to get us to do something we normally don't do. So it could be part of social engineering. My favorite is when they tell you to send this out to everyone and make sure that you include them in the header. Or how some people will just forward emails and leave everybody's email address in the header, including the attacker, who then gets a nice list of email addresses for spam. Well, we typically see this again coming from emails. So check the email headers and make sure that just because the email says it's from Dale Meredith, if the email address doesn't look right, I'd be kind of suspicious of that. They also may be trying to get you to delete legitimate files. In fact, here, let me show you a famous one. There was a virus that went around that said, check your C drive in this particular path statement. And if you see this file with this icon, it looks like a teddy bear, then you've been infected. Don't open it, just delete it. Well, this is a legit file. Why Microsoft used a teddy bear, I don't know. But it was a debugger for Java, which was only used by Microsoft. So deleting it really didn't do any harm in this particular case. But it did get people thinking, oh no, I'm infected. My antivirus didn't pick it up. I need to go buy something different or something new. And that leads us into where maybe they're trying to sell you something. Hey, if you've got that teddy bear, your antivirus isn't very good, so you need to buy ours, which may or may not be infected. Or maybe I'm just going to make some money off of affiliation link. One of the more recent ones that we are seeing out there is an email going around saying, hey, everybody gets Windows 11 for free. Click on this link to get your free copy. So again, some of the things you can do to stop yourself from falling for a fake is to do what we refer to as cross-checking. Cross-checking is something we do to make sure that just because somebody say, hey, I saw this on Oprah, or this was on Coke's website, or Gap said this, that if you forward this email to 30 of your friends, they'll give you a coupon for $100 off clothes. Well, guess what? It should be very easy to find out if it's true or not. You just got to do a little research. If you're getting information from somebody who you don't know, or as I mentioned before, check to make sure that the email is coming from your actual friend's email address. And even then, their email password could have been hacked. And trust me, the government is not really big on sending out virus warnings to people to tell you to delete certain files on your system. We've seen that too. And there's actually been some cases out there where the fake virus warning message actually contains the virus itself. So remember a couple things. Check the email address, and remember, nothing is ever free. And no, you didn't win the lottery in Ireland. Is the virus real? Is it real? Is it fake? Does it matter? Well, that really does depend on your victim. And what I mean by this is sometimes we get email messages that say something like this. Hey, your computer is probably infected with the virus. In turn, you have spread this virus to all your friends, family, coworkers just by sending them email. Please read and pass this on to anyone whom you've sent an email since September 11th. Now, this was actually an email that people received that is referred to as the Baby New Year virus. It was totally fake. But obviously, what did they play on here? Well, when it comes to hoaxes, all the attacker is trying to do is play on fear. And in this case here, the fear was surrounding a date, September 11th. That date is significant inference for those of us who live in the United States and even worldwide. But a fake virus is just simply that. It's fake. It's a bluff. It may be trying to get us to do something we normally don't do. So it could be part of social engineering. My favorite is when they tell you to send this out to everyone and make sure that you include them in the header. Or how some people will just forward emails and leave everybody's email address in the header, including the attacker, who then gets a nice list of email addresses for spam. Well, we typically see this again coming from emails. So check the email headers and make sure that just because the email says it's from Dale Meredith, if the email address doesn't look right, I'd be kind of suspicious of that. They also may be trying to get you to delete legitimate files. In fact, here, let me show you a famous one. There was a virus that went around that said, check your C drive in this particular path statement. And if you see this file with this icon, it looks like a teddy bear, then you've been infected. Don't open it, just delete it. Well, this is a legit file. Why Microsoft used a teddy bear, I don't know. But it was a debugger for Java, which was only used by Microsoft. So deleting it really didn't do any harm in this particular case. But it did get people thinking, oh no, I'm infected. My antivirus didn't pick it up. I need to go buy something different or something new. And that leads us into where maybe they're trying to sell you something. Hey, if you've got that teddy bear, your antivirus isn't very good, so you need to buy ours, which may or may not be infected. Or maybe I'm just going to make some money off of affiliation link. One of the more recent ones that we are seeing out there is an email going around saying, hey, everybody gets Windows 11 for free. Click on this link to get your free copy. So again, some of the things you can do to stop yourself from falling for a fake is to do what we refer to as cross-checking. Cross-checking is something we do to make sure that just because somebody say, hey, I saw this on Oprah, or this was on Coke's website, or Gap said this, that if you forward this email to 30 of your friends, they'll give you a coupon for $100 off clothes. Well, guess what? It should be very easy to find out if it's true or not. You just got to do a little research. If you're getting information from somebody who you don't know, or as I mentioned before, check to make sure that the email is coming from your actual friend's email address. And even then, their email password could have been hacked. And trust me, the government is not really big on sending out virus warnings to people to tell you to delete certain files on your system. We've seen that too. And there's actually been some cases out there where the fake virus warning message actually contains the virus itself. So remember a couple things. Check the email address, and remember, nothing is ever free. And no, you didn't win the lottery in Ireland. In today's world, fileless malware is extremely popular for cyber criminals because of how it works. It's really quite sneaky. And of course, that brings me to my quote of sneaky little hobbitses. Yeah, that was a philosopher by the name of Gollum. But that's actually how I feel about fileless malware, and I think you probably will too, as you learn about them, or maybe you already know about them. But let's review it. First of all, I need to state this, and that is organizations should actually focus on monitoring, detecting, and preventing malicious activities instead of using traditional approaches. Because traditional approaches, you're not going to find fileless malware. Okay, Dale, now you got me really scared. I know, this whole course has been scary, huh? What is fileless malware? Well, fileless malware, we sometimes call it non-malware, is designed to infect legitimate software, applications, and other protocols that are on your system already. This type of attack actually leverages existing vulnerabilities and then actually resides in your RAM. It then injects its code into processes that are running, like PDF Reader, JavaScript, PowerShell, .NET, WMI, or Windows Management Instrumentation. And what's interesting here is that it doesn't depend on files, and it leaves no traces. So yeah, it's really difficult for any type of forensics to detect it. Once fileless malware gains access, it can exploit administrative tools, escalate privileges, move laterally. Attackers are going to use it to go through and steal critical data, install other types of malware, or inject malicious scripts. Now, the reasons why using fileless malware in a cybersecurity attack is because of the following. It's extremely stealthy. Again, it's going to exploit legitimate system tools, so it's hard to block. It's also very funny. Laugh out loud. No, it's live off the land. These system tools are normally already installed on the system by default. So from the attacker's perspective, we don't have to create anything if you've got the tool for me already. Also, trustworthy. Because these system tools are included, if we see them running, we might come to the conclusion that they're running for legitimate purposes. So a great example of fileless malware Every Windows system and some Linux systems now are coming with PowerShell built in. It's a very useful tool, and it's used by a lot of programs. PowerShell scripts can be used to run remotely. It can also execute commands on other computers. The remote execution functionality of PowerShell are actually managed by another cool tool that's called WinRM. And normally, PowerShell routines are not blocked by firewalls or antivirus. Well, knowing that and thinking of the power of PowerShell, no pun intended, what do you think happened? Now, back in 2017, we started to see some kits being created for PowerShell. There was Empire, Powersploit. Yep, playing off of PowerShell and the name Metasploit. And these kits were used to create intrusion phase of the attack. So again, knowing that PowerShell is installed on all the Windows systems, could I not create a script that would do some damage or let me in? It was estimated that 77% of the attacks that were detected when these came out were fileless. And in 2020, the report showed that there was an 888% increase. So now you got to be asking yourself, what do I have installed on my systems, and do I need to have it installed? Now, some of the techniques that are used by attackers to distribute fileless malware include, let's see, have we heard of phishing emails? Yeah, we've talked about them quite a bit, haven't we? But again, we're just going to, or I should say the attackers are going to embed malicious links or possibly even attach files that when somebody clicks on them, it injects the malicious code into the victim's memory, and we're done. There's also the issue of legitimate applications. If an attacker decides to go after applications that are installed on a system like JavaScript or Word and utilize that as a transport, as well as native applications, things like PowerShell, we've talked about already, using WMI, using tools, again, that are already installed on your system. Then there's the aspect of infecting through lateral movement, where once we get a hold of one system, we just move within your network, infecting other systems with the same techniques. We also have malicious sites. We've talked about this over and over and over, and it's the same thing in all the different versions of malware that's out there. Fileless obviously be included here, where we create a fake website, and when someone comes to the site, and we actually detect if there's any vulnerabilities in plugins to execute our code against. There's also registry manipulation. This is where we use legitimate system processes to run our malicious code, bypassing the UAC or anything that might be flagging certain applications as whitelisted. Again, we do it by modifying the registry. There's also memory code injection. This is where the attacker injects code into any running process and the memory that it's using. Our goal here is to re-inject other system processes that are critical or normal for the operating system itself. And if I can do that over and over, every time the system starts up, I'm good to go. And then we have what they refer to as script-based injection. I'm sure you can figure out what this one's, right? We're going to use a script, embed those inside of possibly documents, and send those out via email. Nice thing about these is that you'll notice that we see a lot of commonality between malware as far as distribution, deployment, techniques that we utilize. Makes it easy for you to remember in your immediate future. So the taxonomy of fileless malware is kind of interesting to take a look at. First of all, it runs into three different types. Type 1, we have no file activities performed. Type 2 is an indirect file activity. And then, of course, type 3 would be files are required to actually operate. So when I mentioned to you type 1, meaning the fileless malware doesn't need file activity to execute or to activate, what we're talking about is different technologies that are in place that allow the attackers to send malicious packets to vulnerabilities that installs backdoors into kernel memory. So whether it's a hypervisor system or your motherboard's firmware, network cards, hard drives. Matter of fact, a great example of this is bad USB. This is where we take a USB drive and change the way that it's identified to the system. Physically, to us, it looks like a USB drive, but when we plug it in, the system thinks it's a keyboard, kind of like a USB rubber ducky. Again, remember that how we classify wireless malware threats is based off their entry points. So we then look at type 2s, which are indirect file activities. This type of malware gains presence on a target system by using files. For example, an attacker can inject malicious PowerShell commands into the WMI repository to configure settings to allow it to execute at different time frames. Again, no files will be written to the drives, but some of the files are used indirectly. Then there's type 3, where the files are required to achieve fileless persistence, using things like executables, basically almost any application, Java, documents. So though it does require files to operate, it doesn't execute the attack from those files directly. For example, I could embed a macro in a document to inject malicious payloads to the target. Now, as I mentioned before, again, its classification is based off the point of entry. So we first have what they refer to as our exploits. This can either be a network-based or file-based. File-based would be things like Java, or is anybody still using Flash? Probably shouldn't be. But we use these files to run the shellcode that injects a malicious payload into memory. Network-based malware exploits vulnerabilities in different protocols on our network, like SMB. Then we have what they refer to as hardware point of entries. This is where we have malware that infects firmware. That's either on your hard drive. Yep, you have firmware on your hard drive, as well as network cards. There's also CPU-based malware that hits the firmware on the CPU. Where else do we have firmware? Yep, on the motherboard. Actually, there's firmware almost everywhere. Webcams have it. Almost any device that you hook in is going to have some type of firmware that you need to make sure you're keeping safe and updated. Then we have execution and injection. And this type of malware can be file-based, macro-based, disk-based, or even script-based. With file-based, we're going to be utilizing executables, link files, DLLs, again, to inject malicious payloads into the process memory. If we're using macro-based malware, we're going to trick individuals into clicking on malicious links that execute macros in the background to inject our malicious payload. With script-based, again, we're going to get somebody to run the script. Or if I can gain access to your system, I'll just use my own script. And disk-based malware is going to rewrite the boot records with my evil code, which again, when executes, allows me to gain access and install additional payloads. So yeah, this is why it's kind of scary. Now, when it comes to fileless malware, you can probably start to see that there are different stages that we're going to work through in order to accomplish our tasks. And each one of these stages is imperative that helps us or the attacker achieve their ultimate goal. We normally start off with the point of entry. Then we move to code execution. Once we execute, we want to stay persistent. And then obviously do our damage or continue with our objectives. So, you know what? Let's dive into this just a little bit deeper here. Let's take a look at the point of entry options first. When we talk about the point of entry options, we're talking about how do we get in? Well, we can utilize memory exploits, such as any type of vulnerability or exploits in memory or the privileges of system tools like PowerShell or command.exe or psexec. Our goal, again, is to inject ourselves into memory of one of those processes. We can also utilize malicious websites. One of the easiest ways to accomplish this was using Flash, preying on the fact that some users or companies, organizations, may not have kept their Flash up to date. But this also applies to Java plugins. Flash was nefarious for being vulnerable. Adobe would release a patch and almost within hours, they would discover, or a white hat or security researcher would find another issue. So using these websites, we could actually start scanning for vulnerabilities, looking for a way in, plugins, as I mentioned, and then execute off PowerShell commands to do things like download and then execute payloads directly. Again, I pick on PowerShell because we saw a lot of PowerShell, and we still do when it comes to fileless malware. Then we have obviously another point of entry, malicious emails, documents with either links or attachments. Our goal is, again, for somebody to run it and then make use of a built-in command within the operating system to let us in. We then move on to the code execution stage. And we do this with either code injection or with script-based injection. Script-based is a little easier for attackers because, again, I can write a script that invokes a whitelisted application on your environment. Again, I'm going to use PowerShell or VB script or W script. With code injection, I can utilize a reflective DLL injection technique if I need to. Once we've gotten our code injected, we want to keep our persistence. Here's what's interesting is that by default, fileless malware isn't persistent because if it's in memory and you turn off the machine, I'm kind of in trouble. However, if I can implement some really cool scripts and store them in different locations, like, the registry of Windows. There's actually several different locations in the registry that affects the auto startup, or I should say it's the auto start features. Where you have your little icons that appear down by your clock for your different applications. Those are typically executed by some registry entries to make sure OneDrive is up and running or Dropbox. Well, there's several locations inside the registry. One location is designed just for the computer. So anybody who logs into the computer, these applications or settings will fire off. And then you have them for each user as well. So I can store malicious scripts inside of these auto start registry keys so that they get loaded and executed whenever the machine is used, turned on, or someone logs in. We also have the WMI, the Windows Management Instrumentation. We can utilize this to automate system administrative tasks, like running a script. And then if you've been following this series, we talked about this in ethical hacking, system hacking, where we can use the Windows Task Scheduler to our advantage to execute off these malicious scripts at certain times, maybe at 2 a.m. And then, of course, once we get in, we want to achieve our objectives. By coming this far through these phases, we'll get persistence, which allows us to bypass security solutions that you may have deployed, and then allows me to start exfiltrating data, continuing my reconnaissance research, or start harvesting credentials. Launching fileless malware is actually kind of easy. It really does depend on the method that we're deploying in. So let's take a look at how we can do it through document exploits. What will happen is that an attacker is going to try to trick you into downloading a malicious document, PDFs, or other files that really are encouraging you to open them up. And again, normally we're going to distribute these through phishing emails or any type of social engineering concepts that we can use. Document, when it's opened up, it runs the malicious macro. The macro then launches the VBA or JavaScript or even PowerShell script. The macro then is launched. As the macro is launched, it executes off a VBA script or a JavaScript, and then the script uses PowerShell. Again, that would be the default or the built-in application, or in this case here, the scripting language that runs any additional code that's needed to spread that infection. Attackers can also go through and inject payloads inside of memory. It then targets legitimate processes without leaving any evidence that it took place. Now, again, this type of intrusion is difficult to be detected by any type of antivirus solution because, again, it's not stored on any of your local drives, but is actually executed from RAM. And we'll implement this via different APIs, as well as WMI, PSExec, PowerShell. And then what happens is the attacker then uses a reflective DLL, that's a dynamic link library, to launch the malicious script into what we refer to as the host side process. An example of this was Eternal Blue, which took advantage of the SMB protocol. It allowed attackers to read services, applications, all kinds of things. The attacker then just simply targeted local security, authorization subsystem services, injected their malicious code, and yeah, very, very easily done. If we want to launch fileless attacks through script-based injection, basically the script allows the attacker to communicate with and infect your apps, as well as the operating system, without, again, being traced. These scripts would be utilized against embedded binaries and shellcode. And they would go through and find design flaws and vulnerabilities with the apps loaded on the target system. The attacker would then go through and use this feature along with the vulnerabilities that they've discovered on the system to inject additional malicious scripts directly into memory via PowerShell so they could avoid detection. Dale, thank heavens there's nothing for sysadmin tools. Guess again. Attackers are obviously exploiting default system admin tools, features, and utilities to spread fileless infections, using things like cert utility as well as the WMIC to steal information. We can run malicious DLLs. Now, these modified tools are actually used to access payloads and maintain our persistence, exfiltrate data, and export information, and expand malware capabilities. Attackers can exploit systems using tools like Remote Desktop, pen testing tools like Mimikatz or Cobalt Strike. Now, we've talked about how we use phishing emails to transmit or deploy fileless malware. And what we mean by that is basically the attacker is going to send an email with that malicious link embedded in it. That malicious link then redirects the victim to a fake website. Maybe that phish email was, hey, we're trying to deliver your package from Amazon, so click on here so you can see where the delivery's at, or so we can contact you about the delivery of your purchase. When you click on it, the website you go to actually scans for vulnerabilities on the system that you're in. We just simply utilize system tools that are already there and load malicious payloads into memory. And then we'll create our auto start registry keys to store these scripts so that every time the system starts up, we have persistence. Speaking of persistence, I know we keep talking about this, but it's really important to understand that we don't want to do all of our hard work and only have one shot to get anything done or to impact the target. So once the malware gets into the system or into the network, it remains intact typically for a long time. Again, fileless malware doesn't use any disks or files to spread its infection. So we develop different load points to restart the infection every time the system fires up. We're going to save those malicious payloads inside the registry in specific areas like the configuration areas, application settings, application file areas. So again, every time the system starts up, we're good to go. Now, although there are different types of fileless malware out there, I want to talk to you about a specific one. It's called Divergent. It's a type of file system that exploits the Node.js. This is a program that actually launches JavaScript outside the browser. Using this particular type of or classification of fileless malware, attackers are able to generate revenue by targeting organizations through click fraud attacks. Now, Divergent depends mostly on the registry itself for execution, as well as to maintain its persistence. Now, as I mentioned, there are other types of fileless malware, and by the time you watch this course, there's going to be thousands of more out there. I just want to make sure you have a good understanding of this particular threat because it's very real and it's very much an issue for us today. Let's see what you learned. Where does fileless malware typically reside? Yep, that would be in RAM. Although there are several different ways that we can propagate fileless malware, what is the primary mechanism that we're seeing today? Yep, phishing emails with malicious links. And we talk about the taxonomy of fileless malware threats. We talked about several different types. And one of those types included things like bad USB and motherboard firmware. What type was that? Yeah, that was type 1. Now, because fileless malware is loaded into RAM, what's the one goal that attacker has? Yeah, it's to create some type of persistence. And normally we see that being created using the registry. And the default tool that attackers love using because it's built into almost every Windows operating system as well as some Linux environments. What technology are they utilizing? Yeah, PowerShell. Okay, you know the rules. If you didn't quite catch all of this, make sure you go back and rewatch the clip so it's really clear to you because you're going to see something in your immediate future. In the meantime, get ready for detecting malware. Okay, Dale, that's great. You've told us about malware. How about helping us out here? Okay, well, detecting malware is really quite easy. And the only way to really protect yourself, this reminds me of another great quote. Ed Bradley, who was an American journalist, best known for his work on 60 Minutes as a journalist, once said, "Be prepared, work hard, and hope for a little luck. Recognize that the harder you work and the better you prepared you are, the more luck you might have." And when it comes to detecting malware, that totally sums up your responsibility as a security professional. Be prepared and work hard. And when it comes to being prepared, I want to make sure that we have all the right tools in our utility belt. See, I got my Batman reference in for the day. But let's first take a look at investigating malware. Attackers use sophisticated malware techniques as cyber weapons to steal sensitive data. And to be quite honest, they really don't care if it's a group of people or an individual or how big the company is. The malware they use is designed to spread from one system to another with ease and stealth. You like my stealthy picture? When it comes to investigating malware, or we also refer to it as malware analysis, it is the process of trying to determine the origin of the malware, what it does, and its impact. And how we accomplish this is through several different objectives. The first being able to determine the malicious intent of the malware. And again, what happened? Another objective is to identify the indicators of compromise, as well as the exploited vulnerabilities, because we need to eventually patch those or cover or fix them. The objective also is to determine the complexity level of the intruder. If this is a script kiddie, that's one thing. If it's a state, nation, organization, yeah, we're going to really want to respond a little differently. And if possible, we want to try to build enough evidence that we can catch the attacker. And we'll also want to find the signatures that we can then add for our host and network-based IDS systems or intrusion detection systems. And then use a list of indicators of compromise. We also refer to these as IOCs for different machines and different malware programs. Now I'm just going to let this picture sink in for a second. Isn't this great? Anyone want to take a stab at what it is? Yeah, we call this a sheep dip system, or that's what I want to talk to you about. Now, it gets its name, a sheep dip system gets its name from the farming industry, where sheep are actually driven through a series of ramps. And one of those ramps take them down into a liquid that covers them from head to foot, and a solution that helps to keep them parasite free. And that's what we're doing. We want to create a system that is completely isolated from other systems on the network so that we can make sure that no malware enters this system, at least not yet. We often refer to this as a clean system. Now, before going through this process, we're going to make sure that we have some tools installed, such as port monitors, network monitors, file monitors, one or more antivirus solutions. Some way for us to discover when the malware hits a clean system like this, what is it doing exactly? And some of the tasks that we're going to run during the sheep dipping process will include running user and group permissions, as well as process monitors. We'll also be running a port and network monitor, as well as device drivers, file monitors, basically everything on this system we need to be monitoring, the registry as well. Now, if you follow the Superdale rules, a great candidate for a sheep dip computer is actually virtualized. In fact, some of the steps we went through to set up our lab environment is very similar to the steps that you would go through to configure a sheep dip system. Again, this system is used for nothing but a way of isolating and monitoring everything that's going on as you execute the piece of malware. So after we virtualize our system, we want to go through and make sure that we quarantine its network. Again, very similar to what we did in our lab setup. You'll also want to make sure that you go through and disable any type of shared folder services that's going on the system, or any service that might leak from the virtualized environment into the host environment. But typically, if you are using a quarantined network, you should be good to go. You then just copy the malware over that you've discovered. And I know this can sometimes be challenging, copying over the malware, because you're using virtualization. Well, there's actually different ways that you can copy files over to a virtual machine. It just depends on the virtualization that you're dealing with. Now, I know what you're thinking. This could actually be challenging, Dale, because how do we transfer over a piece of malware over to a virtual machine from the host machine? Well, it does depend on the virtualization technology that you're using. Now, you've seen me in my demos transferring files, and I actually do that via the technology that VMware gives me. Again, you'll have to look at the virtualization that you're using. Do yourself a favor, though. Don't transfer across a network, especially your production network. Now, after I go through and transfer the files over to my system, I make sure that I break the connection so it no longer talks to my host system. Some virtualized technologies support the ability to map out physical USB drives, and that's a pretty good option too. Maybe you have a thumb drive where you've copied the malware over to. After you copy it over, you can then yell for your assistant. Typically, we name him Igor, and we cue the lightning and thunder and begin to rub our hands together and laugh. It's alive. Now, before we actually launch the malware, we're going to, again, use some of the utilities to help track what's going on. And there's several different pieces of software out there that can help us at doing this. These products will actually look at different levels. But typically, the different types of analysis that it'll do are two. First, we have static analysis, which is basically going through and investigating the executable file without running it or installing it. We also refer to it as code analysis. Now, one of the techniques that static analysis uses is what they refer to as fingerprint analysis. And it's basically the concept of looking and comparing the hash values of a binary file to identify it, to make sure it's the same file. So we're going to compare the original to what we suspect is the malware or the modification the malware has made. One of the more popular products out there to help you with this is called Hash My Files. This tool's got several functions to it, including the ability to create a fingerprint of the suspect file. You then obviously just compare it. Now, something else that's important to consider is the fact that some files or some malware products out there have what we refer to as dependencies. So any program that we install normally has some type of a dependency, such as a built-in library from the operating system to help perform specific functions like copying and pasting. That's typically not in the app. We're just calling those default commands from the OS. The programs need to be able to work with these internal systems or these internal files. So being able to go through and seeing what dependency a piece of malware is trying to utilize is very important. There's a product out there that's called Dependency Walker, which will go through and just do what you think it's going to do, list all the dependency modules of an executable. It then builds a hierarchical tree and records any outside calls, not phone calls, but a call to a particular file or program, as well as anything that might try to be exported out. It's kind of a cool product. We then have what they refer to as dynamic analysis. I bet you can figure out what this is going to do. Versus static, right? Now, this is where we look at the behavior of malware as it's running on a monitored environment. So to perform it, we actually have to fire up the actual malware in a sandboxed environment. We want to protect ourselves, so we do this sandboxed, right? You typically do the following. You need to, first of all, have a good system baseline. Take a snapshot of the virtualized machine. That's definitely going to help you out. But you should be able to capture the current state so that we have something to compare after the file is executed. The other item is the host integrity monitor. This is actually the process of, again, looking at the changes that have taken place across the system, not just within the app itself, but as a system as a whole. Now, to cover your tracks, you're probably going to want to make sure that you're monitoring all the ports, all the registry services, all the processes, and all the services. Oh, wow. I didn't even think about that one. So when it comes to like Windows service monitoring, attackers actually design malware so that they can install or run in the form of a service. And maybe they call that service something that you would never suspect, like the Microsoft Exchange Quasimodo DL222 with the Rally Fun Pack. Okay, that actually might get caught, but you get the idea. I'm going to name it something that sounds kind of technical. The goal here is for the attacker to run this service, and most of our services will run with a system account, which has some pretty high privileges. You should also keep an eye out on things like startup programs, like what programs get placed into the startup of the OS or in the registry so that they launch every single time. Are you seeing a theme here throughout this course? When it comes to malware, we love putting things so that they start up every single time. It helps us, again, with what? Yeah, our persistence. So we're going to be monitoring our registry. You want to be notified of any changes that a piece of malware or a suspect file might make. And it goes without saying that we should also be checking the event logs, system logs, security logs, or even application and service logs could be helpful to us. And we'd probably want to also compare our string values. Now, there are different products out there. One of the more popular ones is actually called bintext. Now, bintext allows you to extract out from any of your files or any... Now, bintext allows you to extract text out of any file, including the ability to define string values that may be in a binary file. This could help you in finding the type of file that has been wrapped inside of an executable. Now, bintext allows you to extract text out of any file, including the ability to define string values that may be inside of a binary file. And this could really be helpful to find any type of file that you suspect have been wrapped inside of an executable. There's also something called UPX. No, not UPS, UPX. It's free. It's a portable executable packer for several different platforms, including Windows, Linux, Mac, DOS, even FreeBSD. And with it, you're able to go through and decompress files without having to actually install the file. UPX is an open source project, so you don't have to worry about shelling out too many big bucks for it. Or any. The investigation continues. The story you're about to see and hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. Let's take a look at another piece of software that you're going to want to take a look at. You want to make sure that you get something that is going to monitor your ports for you. Check to see what activity fires up when you execute the file. We often refer to this as the file trying to phone home. And there's a couple of different products you can use out there. Some of them are really popular ones. They're normally popular because they cost less than a penny, like Wireshark. Microsoft has its own port monitoring software as well. I'm sure you've come across your own favorite. Just make sure you're running it when you execute. Another thing you may want to look into is something called sysinternals. Yep, it's free too. It's a fantastic suite of tools by Microsoft. And one of my favorite ones, again, is Process Explorer, which you've seen me demo in some previous courses. I think we did that in ethical hacking, system hacking. There's also Process Monitoring, which allows you to, again, to see everything that's going on in real time with file systems, with the registry, while Process Explorer shows you all the processes that are currently executing. Listen, I really suggest that you watch our sysinternals suite here at Pluralsight to grasp this awesome suite of tools. It's almost a mandatory or prerequisite for any cybersecurity professional. No, I didn't teach it, but a good friend of mine, Sammy, did. The next step that we want to go through is to analyze what the malware is doing. The next step you want to go through when you're analyzing your malware is to debug some stuff. So we're going to look at the installation instructions as well as installation locations. And I've talked about this in this course, but there are some specific locations that if I can get my malware inside of these locations, such as the registry or even some specific directories, I can make sure the application or my piece of malware will execute every single time. Now, one of my favorite programs for looking for stuff when it's installed, and what I love about it is it's actually quick and dirty. It's something called auto runs. It's also included in the sysinternal suite. See, I told you, it's got a plethora of tools. I'm going to show it to you here in just a few minutes. But there's other tools out there like IDA Pro. This is actually a product by a company called Hexrays. And it has the ability, or I should say it has built into it, a disassembler as well as the debugger system. And it allows you to go through and look at software vulnerabilities as well as the interaction that it'll have when it installs. Again, we could spend hours looking into that particular product alone. But it's just a neat little program that actually a lot of antivirus companies use, as well as anybody that's involved in research. In fact, I was reading an article the other day that mentioned that the NSA, which here in the United States is the National Security Administration, that they were posting or making aware of a zero-day malware technology that's being utilized. But they won't reveal whether or not they're using it themselves. I wonder why. But there are other resources. Matter of fact, there's something out there that's called the internet. Have you heard of it? There'll be a quiz later. But there's several companies out there that have what we refer to as online malware testing. One of the most popular ones out there is one called VirusTotal. You know what? Enough talk. Let me break into a demo here. Okay, so in this demo, I'm going to show you both auto runs and VirusTotal. So as I mentioned before, auto runs is part of the sysinternal suite. And again, it's free. I'm actually running this on the system I'm recording on right now. So one of the cool things is I'm just going to come here to the Everything tab to show me everything. And you can see we are able to locate or show where different pieces of software are firing up based off the registry. For example, this first one, HKey current user, software, Microsoft, Windows, current version, run. And you can see I've got things like Brave. Hey, I don't want CC Cleaner running, so I can just turn it off from here. I got Slack. I got my Fing app going, Glasswire, Grammarly, all kinds of stuff. And you can see in these different areas, these are different places. And some of these you may not be aware of as far as starting up automatically is concerned. Now, this particular product goes through and breaks it down based off of what starts off when somebody logs in, as well as what does File Explorer launch, what scheduled tasks do I have, what services are currently running, what drivers. We talk about drivers all the time. Check this out. I can see all the drivers right here. And if anything is suspect, because, you know, all the drivers are verified in my particular case. Oh, except for 2 down here. Look at this. Probably going to want to investigate this a little bit deeper. Here are my known DLLs. Here are my codecs. So again, a lot of different information, network providers, not much going on there. But you get the point here as far as what auto runs does. Now here's what's really cool. If I come back here and highlight, for example, on Glasswire, I can right click and select to check with Virus Total. Now I told you I was going to show you Virus Total. I just want to show you here that this tool, as well as Process Explorer, has it built into its menu system too, that I can just quickly check. But let me show you Virus Total. So I'm just going to open up a web browser here and just go to virustotal.com. Now, Virus Total operates by you uploading files that you suspect are malicious, and it will go through and compare them and let you know if it's been reported as something suspicious. And we can do this with a file, with a URL. You suspect a URL is bad? Pop it in here. We can also search by IP address, domain, or hash file. Let's go back to the file, though. I'm going to choose a file, and the file can be up to, I want to say 128 megs, but I'm going to grab this one right here, the NVIDIA broadcast executable, because I run NVIDIA and I'm using their broadcast software to help me with the sound of these courses. I'm going to just go ahead and hit open. It uploads it, it checks the hash, and it tells me that, yeah, look at all of the different providers that are out there, antivirus solution folks, that say, yeah, it's undetected, meaning they don't detect anything wrong with it. It gets a community score. I can come over here to community, and somebody posted something. Let's take a look here. Looks like the community, somebody in here went through and actually looks like 7 people have gone through and voted that it's okay. So we get some community feedback as well, especially when it comes to 0 day. This is really important. I come into details, shows me signature dates, when it was first submitted, when it was resubmitted, the name of the files inside or other names that it could be going as, because NVIDIA uses different file names. You can see here it has the signers. I can expand out and look at the digital signature of NVIDIA. All kinds of important information here. If you want to drill into it, might get a little nerdy on you, but again, great product. So now you kind of get the concept of Virus Total. If I switch back to auto runs, now you understand what I'm talking about, where I can come in and say, you know what, I really don't know what this Glasswire is, so let's go ahead and do a check on Virus Total. You can see over here, it's scanning the file. Oh, got some type of an error. Don't know what that error was. Interesting. Let's try submitting it to Virus Total. Yep, still getting an error. May have to investigate that, but the overall concept here is that, again, it would tell us, there we go. So you can see here for CC Cleaner, it tells me that 0 out of 72 of the providers say that there's no problems. You can click on that, takes you right to the results of CC Cleaner. So again, great tool for doing online malware analysis. So hopefully you enjoyed that demo, but I want to continue with the investigation by making sure that you understand, besides those resources, there's also the Microsoft Security Intelligence, which is another site very similar to what we just saw with Virus Total. They also have a ton of information about CVEs, for different threats. And one of my favorite antivirus products out there, Avast, has their own online scanner. I'm sure you'll probably have a list of your own that you enjoy. And the concept here is just knowing that these type of services are available to us. Now, let's just review one more time by looking at the following business questions that we should be considering when investigating malware. 1, what is the intention of the malware? Understanding the intention can lead you down different paths that might help you to determine who it was sent from and the possibilities of what's to come. How did it get through? We need to make sure that we cover our bases after we've discovered how it was able to bypass our IDS or IPS systems. What was the impact on the business? Had it hit, or if it did hit, who are the perpetrators and how good are they? Was this just a script kiddie coming at us, someone internally, or was this an organized group? And how do we abolish the malware? Not only within our own environment, but environments that we might be linked to with partners, or even as a whole, like the world. And that's probably a bigger conversation, huh? And how long has the system been infected? Ooh, yeah. How many times do we hear news articles where XYZ company reports a breach that took place 3 months ago? Answers to these questions can actually be very insightful and enlightening to any cybersecurity professional. So, what are the preventative measures? Well, there's a plethora of them out there. But some of the key guidelines overall, pay attention to essential features instead of just trying to understand every single piece of detail. Also, try different tools and different approaches to look at the malware. What's the old phrase? 2 heads are better than one. Well, 2 tools are better than one. And finally, identify, understand, and then deploy prevention techniques. Malware analysis is truly an ongoing, it has its own life cycle, to be honest with you. It's an ongoing concept, but it gives us a lot of enlightenment of what's happening. So let's take a look at some cool tools that we can place in our utility belt. Now, these are tools that you're going to want to be familiar with, both for real world and your immediate future. So the first is TCP View. Yep, this is a Windows program that comes with, anybody can guess which suite of tools I've been trying to drill into you that you should be familiar with? Yep, sysinternals. It gives us detailed information about all TCP and UDP endpoints on our system. I've also showed you auto runs already. Great tool for, again, identifying where things are auto launching from. We also have driver view. A deal, is that in sysinternals? Nope, that one's not. Sounds like it would be though, huh? This is actually another piece of software. It's done by another company that I really enjoy called Nersoft. And we have SFC, which is the system file checker. This is actually built into Windows. And you know what? You know how much I enjoy showing than just looking at slides. Let's jump into a demo and take a look at these other 3 products real fast. Okay, so in this demo here, we're going to take a look at TCP View as well as driver view, and then we'll take a look at system file checker, or the industry we call it SFC. Okay, so here's TCP View. I told you that it's designed to show me all UDP and TCP ports that are being utilized for any type of communication. I'm doing this live on my own machine. And what's cool here is that you can go through and it supports IPv6. I can turn that off if I'd like, just to kind of clean things up. I can also obviously turn off UDP or turn it back on, but it goes through and it shows me the process name, the protocol that it's being used, the PID, local address, the remote address that's trying to connect to, as well as the module name that's utilizing it, and then the packets that are being sent and received. Now you're going to see different colors flash up here. For example, when you see red, red is the representation of a process that is stopping. So you can see some reds down here, and they're waiting. And the greens are ones that are starting up. So I'm going to come up here, And what's really cool is I can come in and say, you know what, let's take a look at this IP address right here. I know it's Dropbox, but as an example, I can right click on it and select, hey, do a whois for me. Tell me who owns this IP address. And after the hamsters run around, oh, it shut down. Oh, I remember why. You can't do it on an IP. It only does whois on actual domains. There we go. This one here saw that it was TeamViewer. I know you're all thinking, ooh, Dale uses TeamViewer. Start the social engineering attack. But again, kind of a cool feature. So after you install and you load up Driver View, this is what you're presented with. This is every single driver that's running on your system, whether it's a driver for a piece of hardware or for some interface, including software. So we can come up here and you can see it shows us the memory address that it's taking up. The important thing here is to look at the company name as well as the product name to make sure that it's filled out. And the ones that don't get filled out, you'll notice we have this tendency, especially when it's an unknown driver, it kind of highlights it in a nice soft pink. So again, I can scroll down and let's take a look at, for some reason it's flagged this particular driver as something suspicious. So let's go ahead and select that I'd like to do a Google search, and it does just that, a Google search. So I can come in, oh, look, it's a Windows driver, small software program, allows your computer to communicate with hardware and connected devices. So that's probably okay to have. We'll go ahead and sort by company. In fact, what's really cool is you can come in here and select, don't show me any of the Microsoft drivers, just hide those for me. And once we do that, these are the real drivers that you really want to be paying attention to. Now, again, some of these, for example, this dump store port, this is, I happen to know this is a Windows driver as well. It's what helps to report crashes for Microsoft. Why Microsoft didn't, it is a Microsoft driver. It's what Microsoft uses to report crashes and blue screens. Why Microsoft, really kind of weird that they didn't label it, but you know, now you know. But you can see here the file name that it's pulling from. So I'd be suspicious about anything that's looks like it's out of the ordinary. If you need to, you can actually get down to the version number of the driver that you're using to make sure that somebody just hasn't renamed a driver or wrapped a driver. Now, great example here. I got an Apple charger and I'm on a PC. I'm kind of curious about this one. So let's look at this one together. So it says it's a Windows driver. Allows my computer to communicate with hardware and connected devices. Same thing as the other one. Oh, it's by Gigabyte, and that's the name of my motherboard. And according to these folks here, it says it can create some problems. Maybe explain some of the issues I've had in the past. So yeah, I just learned something new with you. And the last one is just the system file checker, or SFC. This will access via a command prompt. So I can just simply come in here, and if you want to know the different switches, we can just do an SFC with a question mark, actually a / question mark. Oh, have to be an admin. So let's see, let's run this as an admin. So now I've got this opened up as an admin. I can do an SFC with a question mark. And you notice here that it goes through and gives me the different options available. One of the things you can do is go through and just verify all of the system files. Doesn't do any type of repair. You can also do a scan now, which again looks at all the system files and repairs them if it's possible. You can also go through and verify an individual file if you would like. So let's just do a verification real fast. I'm going to do an SFC / verify only. And the hamsters are going to run around the wheel for a few minutes. So I'm going to pause the video and come back when it's completed. Okay, so after it ran for a little while, you'll see that it came back with 100% complete and nothing wrong with my system files. So again, these are just a couple of utilities that we can use and you might see in your immediate future. So the creation process, how do they make malware? Well, again, we're going to cue up the lightning, insert your evil laugh, because yes, it is alive. But it's actually a lot easier than you think. So yes, we can create monsters using some in-depth and unique tools. but some of it can also be very easy schmeezy. How easy and how schmeezy? Well, we have JPS Virus Maker and something called IWMT, which is short for the Internet Worm Maker Thingy. Yeah, it's a pretty silly name, but it's pretty serious business. You know what? Let's take a look at a demo. So in this demo, I'm going to show you JPS Virus Maker, and then we'll take a look at a worm, the Internet Worm Maker Thingy. Yeah, the name still cracks me up. So here I am on my Windows 10 box, and I've already downloaded these products, and I'm in my virtualized environment, so I don't have to worry about exposing my production network with anything nefarious. Just be careful about if you download them yourselves, make sure you get them from the right locations. That might require you to do a little recon to make sure that it's coming from the actual vendor itself. But I've loaded them here inside of my dev folder. And under malware threats, I've got a couple things in here. But let's first take a look at how to create a virus, because, you know, it's really hard and complicated. I'm going to just run JPS, and wow, that doesn't look too hard there, Dale. Yeah, I know. So I can go through and specify things like I'd like to disable the registry, task manager, group policies, group policies. Oh, Windows Explorer. You can see all kinds of, I'd like to destroy the clipboards. Whatever they have in their copy and paste options is going to be gone. I'm going to hide the run statement from them. I'm going to make sure it starts up automatically. Disable Windows updates. And then I can just simply come over here and select some more options, like change the Windows password, change the computer name, run some custom commands. I can enable the convert to backdoor options. I can change the icon. So maybe it looks like, yep, a JPEG, because I want somebody to think that they're going to open up a picture. Down here at the bottom, it says, what do you want to call it after it installs? Yeah, I'm just going to call it CVS host, because we know there's lots of those around, right? Or I could call it LMS, whatever I'd like here. Let's see. Let's go ahead and put it back as CVS host, and the server name, meaning this is going to execute as server.exe. But I could also say run it as Explorer. I select to create the virus. Oh, you know what? I got my option of doing 64-bit or 32-bit. I'm going to create the virus. Yeah, it's just that easy. It's done. And look, there it is right there. Yeah, I'm not going to open it, but I would just send this out or start the deployment process. Maybe even wrap it in another program. Okay, we'll go ahead and exit this. I'm going to go ahead and delete that just in case so I don't accidentally run it some other time. We're going to back all the way back out here. Now let me show you Internet Worm Maker thing. I'm going to come in here and just select to generate, and very similar interface, but this time I'm creating a worm. I can give it a name, Joker, give it a author. I probably don't want to identify myself. I have my spread options here, how I want to spread around. I can spread by email. I can spread to other drives as well. And then you'll notice the startup options. I can start as a service in a different language if I wanted to. I can activate the payload on a specific date. You know, April. Oh, you know what? Let's do this one. Let's have some fun. April 1st. Ha 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 ha. Or I can randomly activate the payload. I can hide all the drives, disable the task manager, disable the keyboard. Let's whack the mouse as well. And we can have a message box that comes up that says, Joker was here. Would be the title. And then the message would be, the title, by the way, would be what is up in this bar area here on any window that you open up. But the message that would pop up would be just that. Select an icon. We'll disable Explorer. I can change the home page to a different URL. All kinds of options here. What? You want to have some Outlook fun? Okay, let's have some Outlook fun. So in this case here, the feature replies to all messages in the Outlook inbox with a code that opens a web page of your choice. And so that page would be, oh, let's just do, well, we don't want to do plural site. They'd get in trouble for that, but you get the idea. We can mute the speakers, delete a file. Which file would you like to delete? Or delete a folder. How about if we just delete the C:\Windows /system32. Change the wallpaper. Consume all the CPU. Again, just tons and tons of options. I can cause a blue screen of death. As far as the infection options, I can infect batch files, VBS scripts. They also have an option here for plugins if you want to load those up. And then after you were done, we compile to exe support. And then after you're done, you just generate the worm and start the distribution process. So yeah, also kind of fun. Now there are other tools out there as well. Just be careful, because some of the tools that you might find when you're searching may not actually be tools, or they could be the tools with surprise loaded up there for you. So let's see what you remembered. A system that is completely clean and isolated that we use for malware analysis is often referred to as what? Yeah, sheep-dipped. Don't worry, I don't have any bad jokes here. Or do I? When it comes to analysis of malware, if we were saying that we were investigating an executable without actually installing it or running it, what type of analysis is that? Yep, that's static. And if you go through and utilize a service like VirusTotal or Microsoft's security intelligence site, what is that? Yeah, those are online malware analysis. So I mentioned to you a tool that you can use to see all connections that are hitting a target machine during analysis. Do you remember the name of that tool? I'll give you a hint. You could monitor both IP4, IP6, UDP, and TCP. Yeah, TCP view. And if I was to go through and fire up the actual malware or malicious file inside of a sandboxed environment so that I could monitor what was going on, what am I actually doing? Yeah, that's dynamic analysis. Okay, if you're ready to move on, we'll get into deploying countermeasures for malware. Well, I hope I haven't scared you off too much with all these malware threats. Okay, to be honest, there's a little bit inside of me that hopes that maybe you are scared, because this is one of the biggest issues that we have in the industry. And we can actually safeguard ourselves. But it does take a little understanding and a little bit of proactiveness. Now, I'm a huge fan of quotes. You folks know that by now. And you know the next slide is going to be, quote. The best protection anyone can have is knowledge. Now, it's my understanding this guy is really intelligent. Yeah, it's actually my own quote. And I give it out all the time, but it's so true that you should understand how malware works, or how attackers think will actually help you in protecting your environment. No longer will you look at situations and think, that was kind of weird. My computer rebooted. Now, because of your knowledge, when you see something suspicious, you'll begin to go through and start protecting ourselves. When it comes to countermeasures, the old adage of an ounce of protection kind of fits in here, right? But preventing malware from entering this system is actually far easier than trying to eliminate it from an infected system. Now, I'm going to jump around here a bit. At least it's going to seem like it, but not really. If you'll bear with me. I'm a huge fan of a particular gunship. It's called the AC-130 Hercules. And it's been given the nickname the Angel of Death. Yeah, isn't that just cool? And the reason it has this nickname is because, as you can see here in the picture, the flare system that it shoots off leaves behind a trail that looks like an angel. As far as the death side of things is concerned, it fires 10 rounds per minute of a howitzer. Now, these are typically the cannons that we fire from the ground, or that military forces fire from the ground. This particular howitzer is mounted on rails, so it can recoil as it fires. And the reason why they have to do this is because if they don't, it'll move the aircraft off course. It also has two 25mm Gatling guns, which they call Puff the Magic Dragon, and it spews out something like 7,500 rounds every minute. But to be honest, it's the flare system. that I want to focus in here because it is their countermeasure. And the reason why they have to have great countermeasures is because this thing in the battlefield is an extremely high target item. I want you to think about your high target items on your network. If only we can get our countermeasures to look this cool. Normally, they're silent or in the background. But if implemented correctly, they can be just as awesome. Now, when it comes to virus discovery methods, you need to know, first of all, that there's not a single great solution here. It's a combination of things. When we first start talking about these different discovery methods, the first one that obviously comes to everyone's mind should be scanning. Now, we're talking about scanning. All we're really talking about here is basically having some type of antivirus solution installed on your systems to protect it. Again, I'm not here to tell you folks which is the best antivirus product out there. In fact, I actually think it's based off of a time frame, because literally in a month or 2 or 3, the best always changes, at least to who everyone thinks is the best. I'll throw in a plug-in though. I know that Microsoft's 365 Defender and some of their products, for Exchange as an example, actually has 5 antivirus scanning engines that the Exchange servers utilize. And this allows for flexibility. Unfortunately, it also slows things down, right? And you have to remember that these antivirus products are only able to find malware that they're aware of. So if it's 0 day, odds are it's not going to find it. Which leads me down the road of clients that contact me, or even friends, that something's happened to their system. Dale, I think we have a virus. And my first question is your antivirus up to date? And you've heard me tell the story before. Yeah, it expired last month. We just didn't get around to renewing it. Now, there are some common sense questions or items that we can apply to make sure that we teach our users when it comes to dealing with emails. Here's the golden rule for you. If it looks suspicious, then yeah, let's consider it suspicious. If you're not expecting an email from me or somebody, and they're sending you something out of the blue with a weird subject, or hey, check out this link, or the header isn't the same email address as what it's being presented as, don't click on it. Unless it's for me, then go ahead and click on it. No, don't. Now, in the background of what's happening during scanning is that a virus gets detected. Obviously, the antivirus vendors are going to start looking at different ways that they can identify this particular virus. And they usually do this with what we refer to as signature strings. Now, these strings are extracted from the virus, and they're added as a declaration of being infected into their database. So as you scan your system, if the strings match, you'll be warned. Now, one of the tricky things that takes place is when a malicious hacker rewrites the virus. He'll often just create a virus by simply modifying existing ones. And that's why we have variations of the same virus over and over. For example, MyDoom, which was a classic virus that was out, it had several different variations. And the reason why the malicious attackers did this is that the frequent changes actually throw off the scanners because there's new signature strings being generated. Now, they not only rely on these signature strings, but the antivirus companies will use what we refer to as code analysis. And this is typically the difference between a quick scan and a thorough scan with a product. Quick scan just looks for the strings, where in-depth scans are typically looking in a little deeper into your files to see if any of the code resembles that which they've already discovered. The next method of discovery is what we refer to as integrity checking. Now, these type of products actually go through and verify that some of these are actually now built on our operating systems, especially when it comes to the Windows platform, the latest and greatest by Microsoft, where the OS actually checks to see if the core files or system files have been modified, like what we saw with SFC, or they would consider them corrupt, and if so, they'll try to recover them for you. Now, in your immediate future, you might see something about integrity checking. In particular, 2 products, one called Tripwire, or one that's built into the operating system for Microsoft, that is called SIGVERF. SIGVERF simply goes through and helps you to verify the integrity of your critical files on your system. Tripwire is actually a company that makes a file integrity and change monitoring system that's designed for the enterprise level. It actually monitors in real time, tells you who, what, where, and when a file was modified. We then have interception. This is actually utilizes what we refer to as interceptors. So an interceptor simply maintains or looks at the requests that are being made to the OS for network access, as well as specific actions that help to identify threats that are being made to programs. If it sees one come up, the interceptor will typically have a pop-up that notifies the user that they're about to do something or something's about to take place that makes a change. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about here, right? If you're in the Windows world, we refer to it as the UAC, which is that Windows feature that everyone seems to disable. They don't understand what's happening here is that the UAC is designed to protect you. And believe it or not, you may think that's annoying, but we have the same thing in both Linux and iOS. When you get prompts to enter a root password, you have to sudo, right? The UAC is just a graphical environment. So you can see that because there are different methods of discovery, this is a continual battle. And personally, I don't think there's a single best solution. I think it's a combination of things. It's not always software driven, although software does help us. To me, there's a lot more common sense that needs to be deployed and patched. Oh, Alfred, would you go get me my master list, please? Okay, I wish it was that easy. Or maybe I do an Igor thing. Yes, master. No? So, this master list of countermeasures is kind of my own, but it's also based off of what we see in best practices in the industry, as well as according to EC Council. Before we dive into the list, I need you to understand one important thing. Actually, it's three important things. There's 3 levels, meaning that we have 3 different areas that we need to make sure that we're protecting. The first area, or first level, is at the server, or the server perspective. We're going to have different products, different solutions for our servers than those that we use on our desktops or laptops or mobile devices. And by the way, please, please, please protect your mobile devices, folks. Now, just because you have protection in one place at the server level doesn't mean that desktops don't need to be covered as well. That's actually a very bad decision to make. I hear sometimes people go, well, we've got antivirus at our servers that scan everything, really? So when somebody plugs in a USB that they picked up in the parking lot because Dale happened to be nearby, how's that server going to handle that? So yeah, we do still need to have desktop solutions. And this same rule applies. Just because you have things installed at the desktop level doesn't mean you don't need it at the server level. There's also another level that is important, and that's the physical side. Because when it comes to ethical hacking, the thing you need to understand is attackers not only look for different ways to get into your environment through networks, but they also look at other things like what happens if I steal your laptop or if I can steal your phone or tablet. So when we talk about the physical security side of things, we need to make sure that we have things in place like locked doors. I don't know how many times I've seen a server sitting in an open room, or my favorite is in the closet in the hallway of an office environment. Yeah, nothing bad's ever going to happen with it there. Now, in your immediate future, you might see something referenced when it comes to the physical side as a man trap. A man trap is one of those areas where you walk through one door and it locks behind you, and you can't go through the next door until the first door is locked or someone has approved you. Therefore, you're standing inside of this little area, almost like a DMZ. So let's get into our countermeasures. First, I want to start you off with disabling stuff, disabling macros and automatic plugin downloads. We also want to make sure that we disable PowerShell when it's not needed, and WMI. Listen, if you don't use it, if your users aren't using it, then let's disable it, or at least limit its access. We also want to make sure we disable any JavaScript capabilities that a PDF reader might have. And if you've got any legacy devices out there, make sure that Flash has been disabled, if not already uninstalled. And then I'm also a big fan of making sure that any unused or unnecessary applications are removed or at least disabled. I'm a big proponent of this when it comes to our mobile devices. For example, when I travel, I'll load up Uber. But because Uber isn't part of my daily life, as soon as I'm done traveling, I uninstall it. Well, it's the same thing with our desktops and servers. And we see a lot of this happening with vulnerabilities being created because as the development process goes through for an application, many times developers are installing and utilizing different tools to get things to work, and then they end up not using them. So make sure we get rid of these, or like I said, at least turn them off. Next, we move into implement. Make sure we implement two-factor authentication wherever we go. And this would include not only within your own network infrastructure, but let's start training our users as well that they need to be implementing this on any personal devices, or I should say personal accounts. Facebook, two-factor. LinkedIn, two-factor. Your internal company application, two-factor, please. Also, we want to look at implementing multi-layer security to detect and defend against memory resident malware. We also have remove. Remove administrative tools, or at least restrict access to these tools for your users. Because again, the concept here is your users might not be the only one on that system. It could be me. And if you do need to provide administrative rights to tools, then make sure you provide the least privilege to the user level to prevent attackers from escalating themselves. And I told you before that I'm a big fan of disabling, but again, uninstalling any unnecessary applications. We then have use. One of the things you want to make sure you use is UBA, which is User Behavioral Analytics. These type of solutions can help you to detect hidden threats within your infrastructure or within your data. You'll also want to try using some type of whitelist solution, like an application control to prevent browsers from spawning scripts or running code on your systems. Make sure that as far as antivirus solutions are concerned, you're using NGVA, which is our next gen antivirus, where we're starting to use machine learning and artificial intelligence to help avoid or protect us from polymorphic malware. And we need to also use baselines to search for known tactics, techniques, and procedures. Remember our TTPs that are going to be utilized by our attackers or groups of attackers. We then have examine. Examine all the running programs on a system. Make sure you know what it is that's running on your servers and why. And then take that down a deeper level to the desktops or to your endpoints. Make sure you examine any indicators of compromise on any system on the network. Make sure we're looking at changes in systems' behavior patterns. Anything unusual should throw us a flag. And then we have ensure. Ensure that you're using some type of managed detection and response or MDR services that can help you in threat hunting. And then look for tools that are going to help you out. For example, Microsoft Enhanced Mitigation Experience Toolkit will help you in fighting fileless malware attacks. Then we move to install. Install our whitelist solutions so people can't install Nmap. Make sure you're utilizing browser protection tools so your users don't become a victim of a drive-by download or a clickjacking attack. And most importantly, train our employees to detect phishing emails and never enable macros in Microsoft Office documents. Sure, if you create your own document that you use daily and you want macros to help you out, that's fine. But we don't accept documents and we don't utilize documents that we downloaded off the internet or gotten in an email from somebody that has macros built into them. And trust me, it's easy to turn a macro services off and on in Office. Okay, final learning check for this course. If I was to tell you that most antivirus products search your system for files based off of a certain criteria, what would that be? Yeah, signature strings. And they're added to the antivirus database if anything new is discovered, or I should say updated. And technically, that's why we get a lot of false positives. Now, I also told you that the difference between a quick scan and a deep scan when it comes to antivirus solutions, that the companies or the products rely not on the signature strings, but also what? Now, speaking of the antivirus folks, they normally rely on something else. And this is normally the difference between a quick scan and a thorough scan. A thorough scan does what? Yeah, it looks at code analysis. So it digs in a little deeper. Now, just not in this course, but all my courses. You've heard me say this over and over. Your first line of defense when it comes to malware or protecting your network is what? Yeah, train your employees. Teach them how to respond. What are the procedures? Who to contact? And then when we talked about some of the countermeasures, I told you it's one of my pet peeves personally, but one of the suggestions that we have as a countermeasure to help protect your applications from being compromised, to protect your systems from being compromised by applications that aren't being used, is to do what? Yeah, no, that was kind of an easy one, wasn't it? Yeah, uninstall it. Get it off the system. And we also talked with you, I'm not going to really quiz you on this one. I'm just going to remind you that you should always be aware of your downloads and the sources of where you're getting your files. If you're a developer or you're over a development team, you need to be aware of where they're sourcing some of their scripts. They shouldn't be just copying and pasting. There should be code review. That's the end of our course on malware threats. Hopefully I've given you a good understanding of the type of threats that we face each day. And it's these threats that actually are our biggest concern, because it's what attackers are using quite extensively now. Next up in the series, we're going to talk about sniffing the network. And hey, listen, if you want to be updated on when these courses get updated, because listen, technology is changing all the time, and I update these courses as often as I can. Come into my authors page here at Pluralsight and make sure that you click the follow button, and you'll be notified as soon as I either produce a new course or update an existing one. And hey, if you can do me a favor and let Pluralsight know what you think of this course, you can do that by rating this course, as well as all the courses you watch here at Pluralsight. You lived through it. You dealt with my jokes. Sorry, I don't upgrade those. Listen, as an instructor and a trainer, my personal goal is to make sure that hopefully you learned something, and I hope that you did. My goal is to allow you to take information and secure your own environments, as well as possibly your clients. So don't give up. This is not an easy exam to go after. Again, we have over 20 courses here at Pluralsight that digs deeper and deeper into the different domains. So keep going. It's worth it in the end. Listen, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me on the social networks that are out there. I'll do my best to answer your questions, or at least I'll give you some guidance on which way to go. So until next time, be safe. So let's look at our domain review for this particular course. So this particular course, Ethical Hacking Malware Threats, is part of the EC Council 312-50 exam. You're going to get several questions about malware. And we went through and talked about several of the objectives. One of them being the Trojans, how they're created, how they're distributed, and the different types. We did the same thing with viruses and worms. Remember that the difference between a worm and a virus is that a virus requires human interaction, where a worm will self-propagate. We then got into a relatively new concept, fileless malware. Remember, this is malware that's designed not to touch your hard drive or to be stored, but instead utilizing tools or administrative tools and applications that are already installed and loading up scripts within RAM. We went through and demonstrated the detection and analysis of malware. Remember, we're going to use virtualized systems, preferably, or just a dedicated machine. And remember, that type of machine is called a sheep-dipped system. We then actually started off the course looking at malware concepts and the components that help to create these evil little monsters. Remember, we talked about things like overt and covert channels. And we did talk a little bit about the anti-malware software that's out there. This list is changing all the time. In your immediate future, you're not going to see a comparison between McAfee and Symantec. They just want you to be aware that there are anti-malware software products out there. We then also looked at the countermeasures for malware. And then we got into advanced persistent threats. Their characteristics, their life cycle, their concepts. Again, APTs are very complex, and normally we see them being created by nation-state actors. But that doesn't mean that they don't get in the wild, and regular attackers can utilize them as well. Trust me, it's happened. Okay, as far as your prep for the next course, which is going to be on network sniffing. If you haven't done so already, and you want to play around with some of the demos you'll see me do, the Pluralsight Labs are a great resource. But if you want to do this offline, play around with the tools offline, or go beyond what we offer with Pluralsight Labs, I recommend going and watching Building a Cybersecurity Home Lab Environment here at Pluralsight. To quote a famous movie, that's all I got to say about that.